internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I am not atrociously behind tonight. You will not hear the sounds of me putting on my makeup frantically while I am trying to also put on my tie that I just got makeup on. Because I'm not super behind, because it's not freezing goddamn cold here, and it's making me distracted. Oh, I'm trying not to get makeup on the tie. My concealer needs to dry faster. Okay. I wasn't planning on wearing a full face of concealer, so I did it last minute very quickly because I turned the camera on and realized I look like dog shit. So, trying to recall what happened last week. We got most of the way through a chapter. It's not my fault that multiple of the chapters are like 50 to 60 pages long because E.L. James can't pace for shit. And my writing chops are extra up because I spent the week absolutely killing myself finally doing a final edit and polish. Hyper Snickety, hi Nightwolf, on part 1 of my fanfic. And yes, I'm completely procrastinating working on part 6 because it's a jumbled mess in my head. So I was hoping that making myself sit my ass down and finally do final edits on part 1 would get my head back in the game, which it largely has. This is true. This is very true. So my head is back in the game. I've got my tone back in my head. I just got to get events and pour through my rambling, often nonsensical notes, half of which are on my phone because I have the worst habit of, you ever, like, right as you're falling asleep, you get an idea? So I have the habit of jotting down, like, notes or paragraphs or dialogue on my phone on the memo app and then forgetting that it's on my phone. And so then it doesn't get transferred to my main notes that are still a fucking mess that I need to sort. Right, I'm supposed to be putting on eyeliner so I look less like crap. Oh, and it is so cold. The heat has been off for 4 days, and we have an ice storm coming through out of season. Out west, they got absolutely buried in snow. It snowed for like 3 days. They got a ton of ice on top of it. So far, we've just got ice. We haven't got any snow, but everything is ice because it did nothing but rain liquid ice last night. It's hasn't rained today, but we are expected like to get it overnight badly. So hopefully it holds off at least for a little while. But you didn't see very many people on the roads today. There's no telling when it's going to hit, and you don't want to be on the roads as they turn into a slip and slide. So last week we had multiple sex scenes, some of which were questionable in terms of consent. We had him punishing her officially for the first time. He's unofficially punished her several times. And even though she didn't really want him to, she submitted because apparently he's just so dreamy. Like, I do not understand. Because it's supposed to be that, he's so attractive and charming and whatever, that she's willing to put up with his abusive crap because of it. Which, again, just have him add some money to the deal and then it makes sense. because my perpetual bitch is that I can't figure out why anybody puts up with this asshole or any of his assholery crap. Because it's like, unless I'm getting paid and you're asking to do things sexually that I don't want to do, and you want to spank me and stuff when I don't want you to, if I'm getting paid, fine, I will put up with it. But if the reward is, as he says, just him, and it's not even him being your boyfriend or anything or taking you out and to like fancy dinners and private jetting to Paris for the opera and stuff like that. If you're not even getting that, you just get the privilege of being his sex slave for like 72 hours at a time, and then during which he still treats you like garbage, and then he ignores you for the entire week because you're nothing but a disposable fuck doll. Like, why why would anyone put up with him? Like, it says something that in the entirety of the series, both sides, we never see Christian Grey have a friend. He doesn't have any friends. He's got servants, he's got bodyguards, and he's got people who work for him and family. But that's it. And he hates his family. And they don't seem particularly fond of him either. Like, they want good things for him and they're happy to see him happy. But that's it. He even says, like, he doesn't spend time with them or get along with them. He has to be arm twisted into going to family dinner or birthdays or whatever. All right. All rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea.
Doesn't.
You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week." Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Okay, so with my 5-minute face, I look less like crap than I did when I turned the camera on. Oh, I do need to touch this up. Ow, poking myself in the eye. Yeah, better. Okay, so where Excuse me. Why am I haven't even had a sip of wine yet and I'm already hiccuping. Oh, and I forgot to turn my background off because of course I did. And I have to introduce the ducks. And yes, my desk is slightly cluttered and full of crap. Okay, so, oh, blocking my ducks. I really got to take that down. Okay, don't block the ducks. Okay, so we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise Pongo, Mitch Sansu, and Bob with 2 V's. We should. I have often wanted, I've said this before, I want one of the YouTube lawyers that I know, like, not that I know any of them, but, know of. I want them, I want one or more of them. I want to have a panel where we go through. I will do all the legwork. I will do all the research. I will go through all of the books and every questionable scene and every blatantly illegal thing that he does. Those are the easy ones. But we will go through all the sex scenes and their consent issues. And I want a bunch of lawyers to go over it and say, like, especially with the consent issues, like what is illegal, what is not, and what kind of sentence he would get, because we know it's in America, we know what state it's in, so we have actual laws that we could hold him accountable to. So we wouldn't be like guessing. We could do this for real. So I want to have the trial of Christian Grey, very much so. And I was worried that this dress was going to be too hot because it was getting we came close to having actual spring for a couple of weeks. And it was quite nice. Other than I was sneezing at everything because everything is blooming, but other than that, it was really nice. Now it's minus 15. So I'm no longer concerned about the dress being too hot tonight. And I'm kind of grateful for it because I haven't been able to feel my feet since Thursday. And I'm being complained at by pets that, like, hey, why am I cold? This is true, and he pretty much says it. During the car chase scene, he literally says that. Not sure why my volume's low. I'll try putting the mic closer. But yeah, when he is telling her to go on a high-speed chase and like weave in and out of traffic and run red lights, and she's like, if I get pulled over, I'm gonna lose my license. He's like, don't worry about it, and pretty much says, I'm rich, I have lawyers, and yeah. uh so to some degree, which also kind of speaks to his like level of sociopathy, that he is consciously aware of when he's breaking the law, also that he, due to his wealth and power, is kind of above the law. Well, not kind of, he is. Like, let's not pretend rich people don't get away with fucking everything, and I don't just mean like cheating on their taxes, which is about to become easier, I've heard, because like half the IRS is about to be fired, but they're up there with like every other government agency in America where everybody is being fired. And then a court informs the admin that you're not allowed to fire those people, hire them back. Like, it has to be insane working in some of these places right now. Because just, ugh. And what do you bet like a decent number of people like don't go back? Because like after being treated like that, would you really want to go back to the same job? Like knowing that it was just a matter of time before they find another way to fire you again? Probably permanently? Like, I really did poke myself in the eye. Okay, so after he's spanked her and violently fucked her, with like questionable consent, he's real happy because he thinks she finally said yes. Therefore, I own her and she has to do whatever I say and submit to my every dickhead whim. And the most cringe parts are really him telling her that she just needs to stop thinking and let him make all the decisions, because then life is easy when you don't have to think for yourself. And also him pouring 5 glasses of champagne down her throat and then admitting that, "Yes, I wanna get you drunk because you think too much." It's like, "Okay, you know what? If you wanna be with somebody stupid and hot, that can be arranged. There's plenty of them." You know, there's a whole, like, silicone to IQ ratio. You know, it's like the crazy versus hot chart. Taylor wakes me from my doze. "We're here, Mr. Gray." "Thank you," I mumble. "I have a meeting in the morning." "At the hotel." "Yes, a video conference." Which is written as one word. Is that actually all one word? "I won't need to be driven anywhere, but I'd like to leave before lunch." "What time would you like me to pack?" 10:30. "Very good, sir. The BlackBerry you asked for will be delivered to Miss Steele tomorrow." Oh yeah, and he's buying her a BlackBerry, and he bought her a car that she doesn't want. "Good. That reminds me, can you collect her old Beetle tomorrow and dispose of it? I don't want her driving it." This is one of the most illegal things that he does, because he didn't ask her permission to, like, sell the car for her, and at no point did she say she wanted to get rid of it. Quite the opposite. She said it was sentimental to her, you know, and she likes her car. She named it. She's one of those people that names her car. I don't get those people, but she does. And so he's literally just telling his manservant to take her car and dispose of it without her knowledge and without her consent. So he just ordered Taylor to commit Grand Theft Auto. And Taylor will later say that he sold it, to which I'm always like, how did you sell it without the title being signed over? You know, and then he claims to have gotten a ridiculous amount for like a 15-year-old Beetle that isn't worth that and wasn't worth that when it was new. Right? I'm also saying this because implanted RFID trackers were already a thing. Like the way you can microchip your dog, you can microchip a person. It was being done. So yeah, why not make that a condition of the contract that she has to allow you know, a microchip tracker to be implanted in her arm, and they'll remove it at the end of the contract term so that he can know where she is 24/7. You know, and also we know that he's illegally tracked her phone more than once, so you know, he could just do that as well. Especially since he's now giving her a new phone. So do we think that the BlackBerry he's about to give her is not loaded up with spyware and tracking software and everything else that only he can access? Of course. I have a friend who restores vintage cars. He might be interested. I'll deal with it. Will there be anything else? No, thank you. Good night. Good night. I leave Taylor to park the SUV and make my way up to my suite. Opening a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge, I sit down at the desk and switch on my laptop. No urgent emails, but my real purpose is to say goodnight to Anna. You literally just left her. Literally just left her. He went from her place to his place. It's been like half an hour. You couldn't have said goodnight before being an ass? Because, again, they had sex, and then he tucked her in like she was a child, but then she got mad at him because he was just gonna, like, wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and leave. And then he got mad at her for getting mad at him, and then he punished her. And then he left, because that's what he does. And that's why she's always upset. Because, you know, he treats her like trash. But he treats her exactly the way he said he would. I'll give him that much. He didn't promise her anything more than that. But she still wants more. She's just not getting it. But that's why these are two people that should never be together. And I forgot to promo shill stuff. So I did remember, I went back and I put the link up. There is a Stream Elements link if you would like to support the channel and me. We have 10 ducks that have not ever seen outside of this bag. They've been trapped in here their whole lives. and they would like to come out and go on the stage. So for $10, you may sponsor a duck and name it, and I will draw one at random. I don't know what some of these are, but we'll figure it out together. I also have police issue handcuffs that I will put on for half or all of the stream for $50. I know it's expensive, but it's worth it, and they're fun. And they leave wonderful marks that take a couple days to go away, which I really appreciate. Or, oh, I meant to say 25 per chapter, which we're calling 20 pages right now because they're on chapters. So 50 for the whole thing, but 25 for like half kind of thing. Or for actual $50, I will chug this entire glass of wine, which I could really fucking use right about now because my day's not been so great. Getting drunk would be good. And will happen, just like dabbing a little quicker. So those are the options if you wish to support. Also, I don't know how, but I've officially, again, this probably won't happen, but I'm officially putting the rest of the year, my effort is going into moving because I can't stand this place anymore. Between the heat, the staff, the management, the bullshit, we're still arguing over the above guideline back rent that they say I owe, that I say I don't owe because I already paid them. We're still fucking arguing. It's been weeks. We're still arguing over that. They're still refusing to communicate in any way. Oh, yeah. This is true. Yes, if you ignore the stalking, possessiveness, abuse, and lack of consent, he really is just an asshole. That's the thing. That's the thing. There's no redeeming characteristics about him. And that's like his whole sob story of his childhood abuse and blah blah blah. That's supposed to be his redeeming factor, but it's done so badly. And also, it's not a redeeming factor. Having a crappy childhood is not an excuse to grow up and abuse people. I had a crappy childhood. I got abused by almost every member of my family almost like half my life until I got out on my own. And then things happen with other people. I've been through a lot of fucking shit. Been on my own a long time. But I've never abused anybody. I've never stalked anybody. I've never done anything that people didn't want me to do. And believe me, I've had opportunities. I remember being 19 and giving serious thought to becoming a professional serial killer. Oh, and the fire alarm testing that's every single month, all day for a day. Or the water constantly being off. It's been off 4 times this year. We're not even in April. It's been off all day 4 times already. Like, the fact that the laundry room has like less than half of the machines working. The fact that they whine about there's no dumpster here just for garbage. It's been this way since I moved in. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do when I have like a black trash bag, a big one full of garbage? And they're like, well, just use smaller bags and put everything down the chute. Not everything fits down the fucking chute. But I will stop ranting about my personal shit. But this is why I need a drink. It's early, but fuck it. We're getting started early tonight. So, yeah, I desperately need to move. I have no idea how I'm going to afford that because I can't afford anything right now. I'm so behind on my bills and shit, but I need to get the fuck out of here. I want something smaller anyway. Like a bachelor studio apartment will suit me just fine. From Christian Grey to Anastasia Steele, because he just left her and now he has to email. Like, he couldn't just say goodnight before he left her. No. Dear Miss Steele, you are quite simply exquisite. The most beautiful, intelligent, witty, and brave woman I've ever met. Wow, is he shoveling it on thick. Take some Advil. This is not a request. And don't drive your Beetle again. I will know. This is proof he put a tracker in her car already. What year did AirTags come out? This is set in 2011, so there weren't AirTags yet, but there were similar things. I mean, back then you just bought a burner phone and used that. That was a cheap GPS tracker. Like, Plus, he's got military contracts, so he's probably got the hookup with some spyware shit. But the whole "I will know," like this is him sending a romantic goodnight that ends with a threat. Oh, she'll probably be asleep when I keep my laptop open just in case and check email. A few minutes later, her response arrives. Dear Mr. Gray, flattery will get you nowhere, but since you've been everywhere, the point is moot. There's a few places he hasn't been yet. I will need to drive my Beetle to a garage so I can sell it, so will not graciously accept any of your nonsense over that. Red wine is always more preferable to Advil. P.S. Caning is a hard limit for me. So after he spanked her not that hard, quite frankly, she's already like hating any form of being spanked because she was willing to try caning and now it's a hard limit. So she said she doesn't like pain. She doesn't like being in pain. But he gets off on inflicting pain. This is why they're fundamentally not compatible. Also, I'm sure that this about her saying she's going to sell the car has been added for this, probably because it was pointed out that he stole her car. Because I don't remember this exchange at all being in the other ones. And still, she says she wants to do it herself, not that he has permission to steal her car and sell it. Her opening line makes me laugh out loud. Oh, baby, I have not been everywhere. I want to go with you. Yeah, he's thinking about anal. Red wine on top of champagne. Not a clever mix. And caning is off the list. I wonder what else she'll object to as I compose my reply. Yeah, she's had 5 glasses of champagne and now she's drinking red wine. That's a recipe for vomiting. Dear Miss Steele, I'm not flattering you. You should go to bed. I accept the addition of the hard limit. Yeah, you are flattering her because she's displayed absolutely none of the traits you just said. Quite the contrary. Don't drink too much. Taylor will dispose of your car and get a good price for it too. I hope she's in bed now. And dude, you got some nerve telling her not to drink so much when again, you made her drink 5 glasses of champagne in about 15 minutes, mind you. It was also extremely quickly, so she should be like passed out by now, honestly. Her replying back to him, Dear sir, I'm intrigued that you are happy to risk letting your right-hand man drive my car, but not some woman you fuck occasionally. See, now that's sass. That counts. How can I be sure that Taylor is the man to get me the best deal for said car? Because Taylor's intimidating. I love the guy who plays Taylor in the movie. I know him from the show The Unit, Criminal Minds, and just about every other show in existence. He always plays like an army special forces type guy because he just has that look and he's really good at it. But he definitely can give you the impression of being someone not to fuck with. I felt bad that he was like underused in the movies. I wanted to see more of him because he was good. But hey, I hope you got a really good paycheck for pretty much standing in the background of a few scenes. Yeah, and that's the other thing. He's such a whiny little bitch about her drinking. He was like he stalked her to a bar because he didn't want her drinking, and now he constantly is getting her drunk because when she's drunk, she doesn't overthink, meaning she doesn't say no to him. She gets more compliant. And that's what it is. He's getting her drunk so she's more compliant. So he's knowingly getting her drunk so he can take advantage of her. Like, the frat guy who's, shoving jello shots at the freshmen. Like makes you wonder why he really left college. Did he leave or did he get kicked out? Oh, we have a duck. Thank you. You know who you are. I'm not going to say real names, but thank you. So we will draw a duck. This is exciting. This is our first new duck in so long. You hear that, guys? Company's coming. See, now it makes Now it makes my making the 4th layer worth it. Okay, duck bag. Okay, eyes are closed, head's back, not looking. I hope it's on camera. Reaching into the bag, round and round they go, not looking. Got this one. Okay, what do I have? I have something that is blue, kind of. It's bluey gray. It's a ghost. I don't know what it is. It's ghosty colored. Okay, so this is our new duck. He's got little mohawk going on. He has dots. He has a chest. Normal wings, normal tail. I'm not sure what this is or supposed to be. But I know the person who purchased the duck is in the chat, so what would you like to name your duck? But we have our inaugural member of tier number 4. So let's put them in their place. There we go. That looks cute. He's handsome. It's a handsome duck. Oh, I've never seen that, but I've seen pictures. I've seen pictures. Okay, we're naming it Sasha. Is she gonna thank you for that, or is she gonna go? Does that mean I get to eat it? Because I have a feeling if Sasha was here, she would definitely think the ducks were something to chew on. Which is understandable given her puppiness, but no chewing my ducks. Did she have a duck toy? Oh, that was in the comment? I didn't see. Hold on, let me see if PayPal. No. No, the message did not go through. It actually says under where it says instructions to merchant, it says buyer has not entered any instructions. So that would be yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. But this is what I need to hit, you know. Oh, she's asleep. Oh, baby girl. Oh, Kitty will be. Yeah, Kitty does resent the fact that I don't let him play with the dogs. Because he thinks they're for playing with. She does have a ton of toys. Soon she'll have a lot more rabbits to chase because they're busy making baby rabbits, I guarantee you. This is making babies season. Just tell her to go easy on the little ones. They can't go as fast as the big ones, so she's got to give them more of a head start. I mean, I know she doesn't actually want to catch the rabbits, just chase them. You know, catching them's no fun. Da, 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 da. To them problem. Okay, so we're still on her email to him about the car. How can you be sure Taylor is the man to get me the best deal for said car? I have in the past, probably before I met you, been known to drive a hard bargain. Anna, press X to doubt. What the hell? Some woman I fuck occasionally. Yes, that is accurate. That is fully accurate as of this moment. I have to take a deep breath. Her response irks me. No, infuriates me. How dare she talk about herself like that? Suck a dick so fucking hard. As my submissive, she'll be so much more than that. I'll be devoted to her. Does she not realize this? No, because you didn't say that, did you, you fucking asshole? You didn't say any of that. You said, she said, what do I get? You said, me. And that's it. You didn't say anything about being devoted to her. And again, what have we seen him give his past submissives? A car? Where I'm assuming they get to keep the car and the clothes. So you can say they get that out of it. But like, as to being devoted to her what? While she kneels next to your desk and watches you work in the privacy of your like penthouse apartment where you never take her out or show her off, and you have a legal contract that says she's not allowed to even tell anyone that she knows you. So how in the fuck are you devoted to her? And she'll be so much more than that? Are you kidding me? Like, no, you've created a situation where she's literally nothing. I'm choking on all the bullshit. And she has driven a hard bargain with me. No, she hasn't. Good God. Look at all the concessions I've made in regard to the contract. Okay, that's not called concessions. That's called she has things she won't do, and you can accept that or you can fuck off and find somebody else. That's not a concession. This is true. This is true. At least 10 of them are buried under a bridge somewhere. You know, only Taylor truly knows. Because he definitely did the burying. I think even in this, he's like said to be like former SAS or something. Which makes sense because I think the actor is Irish. Yep, that as well. It never gets signed, and after the first book, it never even gets brought up again. Like, they never talk about it past the first book, ever. I count to 10, and to calm down, I visualize myself aboard the Grace, my catamaran, sailing on the Sound. Flynn would be proud. I respond. So this is supposed to be his like self calm down tactic is that visualization crap. I hate all that fucking shit, by the way. The whole take a deep breath and count to 10 utter garbage, or like picture yourself somewhere calm and serene. I don't have those kind of places in my head. You know, it's like when idiots say like, what's your happiest memory? Trust me, you don't want to know the answer because even I know it's a fucked up one. You know, but that's also why I hate groups, because there's nobody I can ever relate to, and I wind up getting looked at like I'm weird or crazy or both. Or I get complete assholes who will who will scream at me and be like, "That's not true. They can't possibly happen to anybody." I'm sorry, you're so fucking sheltered. You know, but I have members of my own family like that are just they have like that super conservative mindset where if unless something directly happens to them personally, it's never happened to anyone in the history of the planet. Which I don't understand that, but these are people who have no empathy. So and yet I get accused of being the cold-hearted bitch of the family. Okay, I thought Bo was beside me, but it's Thomas. Taking up the dog pillow. Yeah, Bo's under his blankie with a do not disturb sign. He doesn't like it when it's cold. We don't have Republicans. We have the Conservative Party, which is still about 70 billion light years to the left of American Republicans, even though they are our right-wing party. At least I didn't have to put up with too much election coverage today because it's the first week. Nothing happens during the first week of an election. You know, the leadership announces that they're running, they make their initial speech, and then they, you know, go on a series of like town hall meetings that nobody covers because they're not important. They get local coverage, but not like national. You're not going to see it on the 6 o'clock news. You know, the national news will kick in like when there's 2 weeks left. So probably like 3 or 4 weeks from now. 3 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, because we only have 4 weeks. Yeah, because voting is April 28th. So yeah, in about 3 weeks, the news will cover it more, unless something happens. which hopefully it won't. I'm hoping it's a calm election and nobody goes too far or gets into stupid mudslinging and I wish. I really wish it was. I wish it was. 6 weeks of this is already pushing my limit. But yeah, I know in America it's turned into like nonstop in America with the politics. Like even we've noticed that up here too, because I live 20 minutes from the border, so I see all the American political crap. But it used to be like contained to it's still a ridiculous amount of time, but it used to be like the 8 months before the actual election. Then it got stretched to a year. Then it got stretched to like 2 years. Now it's just it never stops. It's like you're not even running for anything. Shut up. Like you're in power. Shut up. You're not in power. Also shut up. Like I'd go insane. I really would. Oh yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah. 100%. I promise you somewhere the actual Republican Party has like a short list of who they're going to run to succeed Trump. And I also promise you JD Vance's name is nowhere on it because he is such a clown. I do love that Greenland was so shunning his wife that he went there to, I guess, like back her up, and they're both just being completely shut out. Like they've already canceled a ton of events because nobody was going to show up. So I am loving that. Because hey, you threatened to annex the country and then they don't welcome you. How about that? I was also like, why in the fuck would you go there? If you're of the Trump admin, why would you go to Greenland right now? With everything he's been saying, like, what the fuck did you expect them to be like? Hey, yeah, totally, take over our country and fucking destroy it. He did. I do recall that. Yeah, I do recall that. Yep. I was expecting that from him though, because he's such a narcissist. Oh, they are. It's all just so insane. But we don't have like the mudslinging and name calling and personal attacks that the states has. Like here, political ads will not be against Mark Carney or Jagmeet Singh or Pierre Poilievre. They will be against the parties. They'll be against the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the NDP, the Green Party, Bloc Québécois, the Family Values Party, the one whose color is yellow that I never remember. Uh, the attack ads are against the party, not the person. They really do. It's the self-delusionalness. Yeah. Well, I mean, Trump has an aide whose job is literally to print out fluff pieces and carry them around in a folder and puff up his ego like twice a day or whenever he gets pissed. Like, imagine having that job. Him replying to her, Dear Miss Steele, I'm assuming it is the red wine, all in caps, talking, and that you've had a very long day. Though I'm tempted to drive back over there and ensure that you don't sit down for a week rather than an evening. Taylor is an ex-army. I knew he was. I knew he was. And capable of driving anything from a motorcycle to a Sherman tank. Your car does not present a hazard to him. So is the car unsafe or not? Now, please do not refer to yourself as some woman I fuck occasionally, because quite frankly, it makes me mad, all in caps. And you really wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Somebody thought that was clever. But yeah, just go ahead and threaten her some more. That's working real great. I exhale slowly, steadying my heart rate. Who else on earth has the ability to get under my skin like this? She doesn't write back immediately. Perhaps she's intimidated by my response. That's what you wanted. I pick up my book, but soon find that I've read the same paragraph 3 times while awaiting her reply. I look up for the umpteenth time. This is so completely healthy. Her reply to him. Dear Mr. Gray, I'm not sure I like you anyway, especially at the moment, Miss Steele. I stare at her reply, and all my anger withers and dies, to be replaced by a surge of anxiety. Shit. Is she saying that's it? No, she's not saying. Like, it's also incredibly weird that he suddenly has. End of chapter, by the way. That was the end of chapter 11 that I didn't get all the way through last week, so we're about to start chapter 12. But like him suddenly having this like self-conscious anxiety bullshit or like feeling insecure is what it is. It's him being massively insecure. Fuck off with that shit. Because the character, as you wrote him, E.L. James, he's not fucking insecure. He's a psychopath. He's not capable of being insecure or having this level of insight. And he would never in a million years think that somebody like her would ever leave someone like him because he literally thinks he's God's gift to women. So no, he's not going to be concerned or think that she is leaving ever. That thought would never enter his head. And if you said it to him, he would outright laugh in your face. Yeah, pretty much. You know, or Newsmax or the OAN or, you know, all the other genuinely fake news sites. Like that's the thing. Trump did actually, he didn't invent the term fake news, but he created a couple of agencies that definitely are it. Early stretch. Both so sleepy. Oh, did everyone enjoy the picture of him with his head in the yogurt container? He genuinely tried to tell me that he had not been in the garbage, and he didn't steal that. Did you, you little furball? Okay, who's beeping at me? Sniffles. I think he's not coming out until I go to bed because he's warm where he is. Bo thinks that cold is a conspiracy to kill him. You know, cold is just something that should just never be allowed. He would probably enjoy that better because he wouldn't understand it. Yeah. No, you completely could like use AI to write fake puff piece articles and it would work. Chapter 12. Friday, May 27th, 2011. Is this the next day? As it usually is. God, I gotta flip back so fucking far to find the start of the last chapter. See, this is the problem. I can't keep track of the dates for shit. Yeah, it's the next day. Because he can't leave her alone for more than 6 hours or her programming will wear off. Oh, it's technically just after midnight. So literally we have a chapter break, but then we're continuing the same chain of emails. So I think there's a chapter break only because she decided it went past midnight. Because yeah, The previous email is 11:57, and this is 3 minutes past midnight. So he waited a whole 6 minutes for a reply. Okay, this is him back to her. Why don't you like me? I get up and open another bottle of sparkling water and wait. Her back to him. Because you never stay with me. 6 words. 6 little words that make my scalp tingle. I told her that I didn't sleep with anyone. But today was a big day. Yes, it's the day that you won her. She graduated from college. She said yes. Yeah, she really has had quite the day. I'm amazed she's still awake, especially with all the alcohol. We went through all those soft limits that she knew nothing about. We fucked. I spanked her. We fucked again. Shit. And before I can stop myself, I grab the garage ticket from my car, pick up my jacket, and I'm out the door. So now he's going back to her. This is so absurd. The roads are empty and I'm at her place 23 minutes later. I knock quietly and Kavanaugh opens the door. What the fuck do you think you're doing here? She shouts, her eyes blazing with anger. Oh, so now is when Kate tries to throw him out. Whoa, not the reception I was expecting. I've come to see Anna. Well, you can't. Kavanaugh stands with arms folded and legs braced in the doorway, like a gargoyle. I try reasoning with her, but I need to see her. She sent me an email. In his head, he's thinking, get out of my way. What the fuck have you done to her now? That's what I need to find out. I grit my teeth. Ever since she met you, she cries all the time. Gee, where is it? Come on. I'm amazed we went this far, but there it is. Friend recognizing that he is a walking red flag. Because, yeah, if your friend starts seeing somebody new and then they're crying all the time, big red flag. Right, Kitty? Yeah, he's busy. And he's pretending he doesn't know why she's pissed. And it's like, dude, you know why. You knew before you left. You still left. What? I can't deal with her shit anymore, and I barge past her, so now he's breaking and entering. If I were her, I'm picking up the phone and calling the cops and having them throw him out. You can't come in here. Kavanaugh follows me, shrieking like a harpy as I storm through the apartment to Anna's bedroom. Again, call the police. Oh, it's true. Like, Kate, he has a point about Kate not being a good friend, because she's not. Like, right now is the biggest example of it. I open Anna's door and switch on the main light. She's huddled in her bed, wrapped in her comforter. Her eyes are red and puffy, and squinting in the overhead light. Her nose is swollen and blotchy. She's also drunk, by the way. Let's not forget. She's had 5 glasses of champagne, who knows how many glasses of red wine, so she's very drunk and emotional right now. I've seen women in this state many times, especially after I've punished them. Gee, like you did with her? But I'm surprised by the unease that grips my gut. Jesus, Anna. I flick the main light off so she doesn't have to squint, and I sit on the bed beside her. What are you doing here? She's sniffing. I turn on her bedside light. Okay, so he's made his submissives cry and break down like this. He's just never cared before. And now he thinks he cares. Do you want me to throw this asshole out? Kate barks from the doorway. You couldn't stop him from coming in. What makes you think you can throw him out? Fuck you, Kavanaugh. Raising an eyebrow, I pretend to ignore her. Anna shakes her head, but her watery eyes are on me. Just holler if you need me, Kate says to Anna, as if she were a child. As opposed to how you treat her? Gray, she snaps, so I'm obliged to look at her. You're on my shit list, and I'm watching you. She sounds shrill, her eyes glinting with fury, but I don't give a fuck. Fortunately, she leaves, pulling the door to, but not shutting it. I check my inside pocket, and once again, Mrs. Jones has exceeded all expectations. I fish out the handkerchief and give it to Anna. What's going on here? Again, like you don't know. You know. You knew before you left, and she has told you. Oh, shut up! You are bad girl! Sasha, get her, and I mean the dog. I know. I had the thought too, but like, don't remind me. That's gonna be a thing. I'm still waiting for that to appear. Somebody's gonna make it. Like once the movie starts getting made, which is probably happening now. It's probably like if it's not in production, it will be very shortly. But yeah, somebody's gonna make that damn thing as like promo merch or some shit. I guarantee it. Because they got nothing else. Why are you here? Her voice is shaky. I don't know. You said you didn't like me. That's in his head. Part of my role is to look after your needs. You said you wanted me to stay, so here I am. Nice save, Gray. Yeah, she's like she doesn't know that that's bullshit. Because you've said repeatedly that you don't do that. And since when do you give a fuck about her needs? And yet I find you like this. You weren't like this when I left. I'm sure I'm responsible, but I have no idea why. Is it because I hit you? Notice how even he calls it hitting? He doesn't call it spanking as you would in a proper scene. Even he calls it hitting. So he knows that he's nothing but an abuser and that he just uses like pretending to be a dom and BDSM as like a words are hard, as like his like veil of cling wrap to hide his true intentions. Like he knows he's nothing but a fucking woman beating abuser, but you know, he pretends that he's a dom and that just to probably so he can live with himself and so he's not in jail yet. But that's why he's not really a dom or really into BDSM. He just uses it as his in and his method to abuse women who are willing to put up with his shit. And you do know why. Like I hate the feigned ignorance because he knows why. She struggles to sit up and flinches when she does. Did you take some Advil, as instructed? She shakes her head. When will you do as you're told? Yeah, that matters right now. I go to find Kavanaugh, who's sitting on the sofa seething. Yeah, go seek out the roommate who just told you to go fuck yourself. That's a good idea. Hannah has a headache. Do you have any Advil? She raises her eyebrows, surprised, I think, by my concern for her friend. Glowering, she gets up and stomps into the kitchen. After rustling through some boxes, she hands me a couple of tablets and a teacup of water. Back in the bathroom, I offer them to Anna and sit on the bed. Take these. She does, her eyes clouded with apprehension. Yeah, once again, we have her taking random pills that he hands her. I mean, we know it's Advil this time, but still, I don't trust him. Talk to me. You told me you were okay. I'd never have left you if I thought you were like this. Dude, you don't know what aftercare is because all of your subs have likely been like this. You just didn't care enough to notice. Distracted, she toys with a loose thread on her quilt. I take it when you said you were okay, you weren't. I thought I was fine, she admits. Anastasia, you can't tell me what you think I want to hear. That's not very honest. How can I trust anything you've said to me? Wow, can he fuck off right now? Because now we're going. Now he's pulling like Uno Reverso of like I can't trust you if you're not honest with me, blah blah blah. And, like he's being selfish, he's being self-centered, he's being arrogant, he's being rude, he's being incredibly stupid. Ugh. Highlighting the is it because I hit you line? Ugh. Deputus. Right? Right? And he's conditioned this. You know, he said, like, being a submissive, your job is to please me. Ugh. How are we halfway through this and I feel like absolutely nothing has happened? Excuse me. This will never work if she's not honest with me. You don't want her to be honest with you because when she's honest with you, she tells you, don't spank me, I don't like it. And you didn't want to hear that and did it anyway. So, yeah, I'm not buying the I want honesty crap. The thought is depressing. Talk to me, Anna. How did you feel while I was hitting you? And after? I didn't like it. I'd rather you didn't do it again. There's honesty. What do you bet he doesn't take that in? You weren't meant to like it. There we go. Why do you like it? She asks. Her voice is stronger. Shit. I can't tell her why. Yeah. You really want to know. Oh, trust me, I'm fascinated. Now she's being sarcastic. Careful, I warn her. See? You don't want her to be honest. She can't even have a sarcastic tone with you because you think you're all that. You're not. Like, I would be cutting this guy down to size and putting him in his place so fucking hard. So now we have an actual declarative statement by her saying she does not like being spanked. She doesn't want him to do it again. So all future things, just remember those two lines right fucking there. She pales at my expression. Are you going to hit me again? Said every abused woman ever. Because yeah, that's what he's threatening to do when he says careful. No, not tonight. I think you've had enough. So, she still wants an answer. I like the control it gives me, Anastasia. I want you to behave in a particular way, and if you don't, I shall punish you, and you will learn to behave the way I desire. There's so much wrong with that, I don't even know where to start. I enjoy punishing you. I've wanted to spank you since you asked me if I was gay. What is with the gay panic in this one? There was no gay panic in the other one. He like didn't like the question, but it was like one time. This is the 7th or 8th time it's being brought up now. What in the actual fuck? And you know, there's a lot of ways to get control without beating somebody. And I don't want you rolling your eyes at me or being sarcastic. Yes, because, again, God forbid she act human or respond to your epic bullshit. So you don't like me the way I am. Her voice is small. I think you're lovely the way you are. So why are you trying to change me? I don't want to change you. God forbid. You're enchanting. I'd like you to be courteous and to follow the set of rules I've given you and not defy me. Simple. I want you safe. So, no, I don't want to change you. I just want to control your every move, facial expression. Don't roll your eyes. Don't be sarcastic. Do whatever I tell you exactly when and how I tell you. You have no freedom at all, including your own thoughts. But no, I don't want to change you. I just want you to behave exactly how I tell you to and never defy me. Like, who in the hell do you think you are? But you want to punish me. Yes, I do. See? So, no, you don't really want me to obey you in all things. Again, that's just the front. That's his misdirect and lying, saying, if you just obey me in all things and follow all my absurd, stupid rules all the time, then I'll never punish you. But what he wants is to punish them. And that's why his rules are ridiculous, and he will make up new ones for them to break or just arbitrarily decide that they have broken them. Which, by the way, this is something that long-term captors and torturers do to psychologically fuck with people, is they will institute these rules for people and then they will spontaneously change them without informing their victim, and then punish and torture them while blaming the victim, saying, well, you broke the rules or I wouldn't have to do this to you. You made me hit you. That's exactly what this is. This is straight out of the abusers you made me do it playbook. That's what I don't understand. I sigh. It's the way I'm made. Yep, there we go. I need to control you. I need you to behave in a certain way. And if you don't, okay, like, I would say get a dog, but I don't want him to have one. My mind drifts. I find it arousing, Anna. You did too. Can't you accept that? This is in his head. He's saying this in his head. But again, this is the orgasm equals consent argument, which is not true. I don't care if she got wet while he was spanking her. That's a physical response because her body doesn't know what's going on, especially somebody who was a virgin like 5 days ago. You can't hold her accountable for that or say that that equals consent. Bending you over my knee, feeling your ass beneath my palm. I love to watch your beautiful alabaster skin pink and warm up under my hands. It turns me on. Just thinking about it stirs my body, because we can't go 3 pages without him getting a hard on. So it's not the pain you're putting me through. Hell, a bit, to see if you can take it. Actually, it's a lot, but I don't want to go there right now. If I tell her, she'll throw me out. Yes, if I tell the girl who's telling me that she doesn't want to be spanked because she does not enjoy pain, that I very much enjoy inflicting great amounts of pain and seeing how much people can take before they break. Yeah, I think she'll throw you out and probably never talk to you again, but that's what she should do. Like, and again, he's clearly a sadist, so just find a submissive who's a masochist, dude. She's clearly not, so again, she's not for you. But no, I will rebuild her. I will break her down and make her mine. She just doesn't know what she wants, so I'll show her. You really could write the stalker's playbook out of this. Or the abuser's handbook, that's for sure, because he's checking all the boxes. You could so like teach a class to like 11 and 12-year-olds on like what to avoid in a relationship as they start getting old enough to date. This would be the entire textbook. But that's not the whole reason. It's the fact that you are mine to do with as I see fit. Ultimate control over someone else. And it turns me on. Big time. The fact that he even considers it. You are mine to do with as I see fit. That tells you that he's lost all perspective. Because again, any actual Dom, even if you're playing in a total submission scenario or an ultimate control scenario, are living a 24/7 one, they know they don't actually have actual total control over somebody else, and they don't expect it. Because I don't care if you're married and you live that submissive master lifestyle 24/7, as some people do, she's still going to tell you no sometimes. It's still going to be like, not tonight, honey, I have a headache. That's still going to happen. Or, no, I can't let you tie me up and hang me from the ceiling and spank me right now. I got to go grocery shopping. Like, And it shows his level of immaturity as well. I must lend her a book or two on being submissive. She has the internet. Look, I'm not explaining myself very well. I've never had to before. I've not really thought about this in any great depth. I've always been with like-minded people. No. I paused to check she's still with me. And you haven't answered my question. How did you feel afterwards? See, this is going to be it. This is going to be the you just don't know what you want, and I'll show you, and it'll be okay. Just trust me, baby. That's what this is going to be. Why do I smell croissants right now? Because there's no croissants here. I wish there were. That and a mountain of egg rolls dipped in chocolate frosting. She blinks, confused. You were sexually aroused by it, Anastasia. Oh, nice of him to tell her. Wait to mansplain her sexuality. You have an inner freak, Anna. I know it. This is in his head. No, you're manifesting that because you want it to be true. Closing my eyes, I recall her wet and wanting around my fingers after I spanked her. When I opened them, she's staring at me, pupils dilated, her lips parted, her tongue moistening her top lip. She wants it too. He's so imagining all of this. Like, I just have this image of, like, he's having, like, the dream filter? He's got the dream filter around and he sees her as this, like, wanton, sexy, pouting thing. But then you take the filter off and she's still sitting there crying with red puffy eyes, not at all pouting at him or looking sexy. That's totally what's going on here. Shit. Not again, Gray. Not when she's like this. So is he saying he can't stop himself from jumping on her? Like, it wouldn't surprise me. Don't look at me like that, I warn, my voice gruff. Her eyebrows raise in surprise. He's literally saying he doesn't have the self-control to not fuck her if she makes doughy eyes at him. For somebody who has said repeatedly that all of his time with Elena and being her submissive taught him self-control. Where the hell is that right now? You know what I mean, Anna. Again, in his head. He's saying this in his head. I know she doesn't know what you mean. I don't have any condoms. And you're upset. Oh, her being upset is second. Contrary to what your roommate believes, I'm not a priapic monster? Priapic? Priapic. If anybody knows what this means, let me know. So you felt confused. She remains mute. Jesus. You have no problem being honest with me in print. Your emails always tell me exactly how you feel. Why can't you do that in conversation? Do I intimidate you that much? Yes, you fucking jagoff! Because every time she says something you don't like, you threaten to beat her again. Gee, I wonder why she won't talk to you. Fucking asshole loser. Her fingers fiddle with the quilt. Oh, this is also true. Yes. Yes. Especially because she's banging, she's hooking up with his idiot brother. So I'm saying, yeah. Kate's probably got some condoms. Hey, tabi. You beguile me, Christian. Completely overwhelm me. I feel like Icarus flying too close to the sun. Her voice is quiet but brimming with emotion. Her confession floors me like a swift kick to the head. Well, I think you've got that the wrong way round, I whisper. What? Oh, Anastasia, you've bewitched me, isn't it obvious? Here we go. Grand romantic gesture without the romantic gesture. That's why I'm here. She's still not convinced. Anna, believe me. Again, he's saying all the stuff in his head that he should be saying out loud. You've still not answered my question. Write me an email, please. But right now, I'd really like to sleep. Can I stay? Do you want to stay? He wanted me here. You haven't answered my question, she persists. Impossible woman. Yeah, just because she wants you to answer her. I just drove like a maniac to get here after your fucking message. There's your answer. Again, he's not saying this out loud. I grumble that I'll respond by email. I'm not talking about this. This conversation is over. Wow. So you drove all the way here to ask her why she's upset. Then you don't care why she's upset because you started thinking about sex. And now, while she's trying to tell you that, yes, you're an intimidating asshole, and that's why she can't be honest with you, you decide you're over the conversation because you want to go to sleep. He really is like 5 years old. Before I can change my mind and head back to the Heathman, I stand, empty my pockets, remove my socks and shoes, and strip my pants off. Slinging my jacket over her chair, I climb into her bed. Lie down, I growl. Okay, if some jerk came over like this while you're crying and drunk and having this conversation and then took his clothes off and got into your bed and then ordered you to come lie down, get the fuck out. And that would be my being polite. Get the fuck out. I have a baseball bat in the closet that I will take upside your head if you do not get the fuck out now. She complies, and I lean up on my elbow looking at her. If you're going to cry, cry in front of me. I need to know. You don't care. Do you want me to cry? Not particularly. I just want to know how you're feeling. I don't want you slipping through my fingers. Switch the light off. It's late and we both have work tomorrow. She does. Lie on your side facing away from me. Go to hell! I don't want you to touch me. The bed dips as she moves, and I wrap my arm around her and gently pull her against me. No woman in the history of ever is going to allow this. Ever. But it does prove that she is just such a pathetic imitation of a character that she's putting up with this and letting him do this and letting him sleep in her bed and treat her like this when the entire reason she's upset is him treating her like this. Sleep, baby, I murmur and breathe in the scent of her hair. Damn, she smells good. Oh, and then we've got a whole page of the baby talk. Wait, let me see. We got a page and a half of the baby talk. Excuse me a moment. Nastrovia. I needed that. Uh, uh. Hey, big fat kitty. He's pretending he doesn't hear me. He spent all day on my bed snuggled on his blankie because then he can be warm. Even though I'm pretty sure he's not cold because he is a really fat kitty. And he has multi-layer polar bear fur. That currently needs a trim because he's got mats I can't get out. Bo still has not moved an inch. He has not moved at all. He's just like, I'm warm and I'm never coming out. I'm sure he'll come for a cuddle at some point. He's just a happy doggy. Leliot is running through the grass. He's laughing. Loud. I am running after him. My face is smiling. I'm going to catch him. There are small trees around us. Baby trees covered in apples. Mommy lets me pick the apples. Mommy lets me eat the apples. I put the apples in my pockets. Every pocket. I hide them in my sweater. Apples taste good. Apples smell good. Mommy makes apple pie. Apple pie and ice cream. They make my tummy smile. I hide the apples in my shoes. I hide them under my pillow. There's a man. Grandpa Trev Yan. His name is hard. Hard to say in my head. He has another name. Theodore. Theodore is a funny name. The baby trees are his trees. In his house where he lives. He is Mommy's daddy. He has a loud laugh and big shoulders and happy eyes. This is all like individual. Look at how this is written. This is yes, very much See Spot Run. I think that was probably an inspiration. Cuz even though she has kids, this is how E.L. James thinks kids think or talk. And also, why is he the same age in every one of his flashbacks? He's been the 4-year-old every time. Like, doesn't he have memories of being 5, 6, 7, 9, 12, 13, 19, anything? But this is not at all how 4-year-olds think or act. They don't have this many thoughts, for one. Uh, he runs to catch Leliot and me. You can't catch me. Leliot runs. He laughs. I run. I catch him, and we fall down in the grass. He is laughing. The apples sparkle in the sun. That was an entire page. And they taste so good. Yummy. They smell so good. So good. The apples fall. They fall on me. I twist and they hit my back, stinging me. Ow. But the scent is there. Sweet and crisp. Anna. So we're supposed to be like, this is why, because he said multiple times that she smells like fall and apples. So he's attracted to her because she smells like his grandfather's apple orchard. And he recalls being happy there. So all you have to do to date Christian Grey is just bake an apple pie. When I open my eyes, I'm wrapped around her. Right? Again, 4-year-olds don't know those words. They just know like up, run, that, gimme, down. Basically Sasha is probably about equivalent to a 4-year-old. And, I'm sure you can usually tell what her thoughts are. Oh, this isn't his maternal grandfather. It's got to be, because he said his last name is Trevelyan, which is the adopted family. So this is adopted grandpa. Yeah, I guess. Oh, someone's barking in their sleep. But no, was I wrong? Did I miss? No, he said he's Grandpa Trevelyan, so it's his adopted mother's father. So yeah, I guess his birth mom didn't have any family, which is weird. I've never actually thought about it, but it's a good point. Like, didn't she have parents or siblings or literally anyone? And yes, of course Sasha's smarter than Christian Grey. She's a good girl. She's a very smart puppy. She always knows where all of her toys are, I'm very sure. And it's not easy keeping track of all her toys because people are always trying to steal her toys, especially the rabbits. So she's got to be a smart girl to stay ahead of those rabbits. When I open my eyes, I'm wrapped around her, our limbs entwined. She's regarding me with a tender smile. Her face is no longer blotchy and puffy. She looks radiant. My cock agrees and stiffens in greeting. See, we almost had a nice moment of them waking up together and he thinks she looks good. And then we have to go and have my cock agrees. Like, his penis really is its own character. Good morning. I'm disoriented. Jesus, even in my sleep, I'm drawn to you. You're two people in a single bed. There's nowhere to go. Stretching out, I disentangle myself from her and scan my surroundings. Of course, we're in her bedroom. Her eyes glow with eager curiosity as my cock presses against her. This has possibilities, but I think we should wait until Sunday. I nuzzle her just below her ear and lean up on my elbow. She looks flushed, warm. You're very hot, she scolds. You're not so bad yourself. I grin and flex my hips, teasing her with my favorite body part. I'm dying. Oh yeah. Yep. We almost had like a nice sweet moment, and then it's all about his dick. And it just keeps getting worse. Okay, who thinks he leaves without fucking her this morning? Because I don't think that he does. He's gonna blame her too. He's gonna say she was too tempting or too seductive or she shouldn't bite her lip or look at me that way or roll your eyes at me. No, get over yourself. She tries a disapproving look but fails miserably. She's highly amused. Leaning down, I kiss her. Sleep well, I ask. She nods. Yeah, 'cause she was really drunk. So did I. I'm surprised. I did sleep really well. I tell her so. No nightmares. Only dreams. What's the time? I ask. It's 7:30. I can say I actually had a dream that I remembered this week, which never happens. Like, several years go by in between my having dreams that I can remember. This one was short, though. It was only a few seconds. We were in Star Trek World. OG Star Trek World. I was Yeoman Barrows from the episode Shore Leave with the ripped dress. But then and Captain Kirk was there. He had like his arm around me. We were running, and Spock and Bones were also there. And at the same time, while I had the ripped dress that's from Shore Leave, we were running from the attack on Cestus 3 by the Gorn and Arena, and then found ourselves hiding from Nazis from the episode Pattern of Force. And then I woke up. I know. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not putting that on. I'm not making that an offer. No, if I even took a sip every time he references his dick, I would go through like that entire box of wine and have alcohol poisoning. Gotta remember to ask my friend to send me some more of those. Because I looked, they're still like they're like $8.99 here now. Which I don't understand because again, friend in the UK can get those for 30 cents each. So even with spending like last time it was like $4 for him to send over like 20 of them to me. So, like, less than I'd spend on, like, one pack here. I don't get why things like that have such wildly different prices place to place, other than, companies are gonna charge as much as they can get away with for their products. Uh, 7:30. Shit. I leap out of the bed and start dragging on my jeans. She watches me dress, trying to suppress her laughter. "You're such a bad influence on me," I complain. "I have a meeting. I have to go. I have to be in Portland at 8. Are you smirking at me?" See, here we go. Here we go. He's got a meeting in 30 minutes, but she's smirking at him, so he's not going to be able to, like, get out of there without having sex with her. And dude, if it's 7:30 and you're in, I believe he's in Seattle, and you got to get to Portland for 8, you're not making it. You're already not making it. So the polite thing to do is call and cancel right now, but he's not going to do that. We're going to pretend that time travel exists and he has a chance of getting there on time, which he doesn't. Yes, she admits. "I'm late. I don't do late." Another first, Miss Steele. I tug on my jacket, reach down and take her hand in both of mine. "Sunday," I whisper and kiss her. I grab my watch, wallet, and money from the bedside table, pick up my shoes, and head for the door. "Taylor will come and sort out your beetle." I was serious. "Don't drive it. I'll see you at my place Sunday. I'll email you a time." So again, he's still like leaving again. Like, this is not any better. Leaving her a little dazed, I rush out of the apartment and to my car. Yeah, you're still. I honestly, I'd be picking up the nearest heavy object and throwing it at his back as he was leaving. I put my shoes on while I'm driving. That's safe. Once they're on, I open up the throttle and weave in and out of traffic heading to Portland. I have to meet Amon Kavanaugh's associate in my jeans. Thankfully, this meeting is via WebEx. Okay, if you're meeting by computer, Anastasia has a laptop thanks to you. Why didn't you just stay there and have the meeting and then leave? I burst into my room at the Heathman and switch on my laptop. 8:02. Shit. I haven't shaved. I smooth my hair and straighten my jacket, and hope they don't notice I'm only wearing a t-shirt underneath. Who gives a fuck anyway? Yeah, seriously. I open WebEx and Andrea is online waiting for me. "Good morning, Mr. Gray. Mr. Kavanaugh is delayed, but they're ready for you in New York and here in Seattle." "Fred and Barney?" My Flintstones. I smirk at the thought. "Yes, sir, and Roz too." "Great, thanks." I'm breathless. I catch Andrea's fleeting puzzled look and choose to ignore it. "Can you order me a toasted bagel with cream cheese, smoked salmon, and a coffee black? Have it sent to my suite ASAP." "Yes, Mr. Gray." She posts the link to the conference in the window. "Here you go, sir," she says, and I click the link and I'm in. Dude can't even order his own room service. "Good morning." There are two executives seated at a conference table in New York, both gazing expectantly. Right? Right? Like, this is such a nothing problem. Also, in the middle of morning rush hour traffic, I refuse to believe he got back to his hotel in what, like 20 minutes? No way. Exactly. I don't know. Again, we don't have it here if it is, but is WebEx a real thing or is that a made up program? But I'm assuming it's basically Zoom. So yeah, it's a fucking Zoom meeting. You can do that anywhere. Oh joy, we have more emails. Oh, oh god, like this entire rest of the chapter. We're gonna get so much done tonight. Because emails only count as like half a page anyway. I was worried we wouldn't get through this chapter. I think we're gonna get all the way through this chapter and then some. It's real. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Well, then it probably predates Zoom because I don't think Zoom has been around since 2011. So it's probably Zoom like before Zoom. Both gazing expectantly at the camera. Ross, Barney, and Fred are each in separate windows. To business. Kavanaugh says he wants to upgrade his media network to high-speed fiber optic connections. GEH can do that for them, but are they serious about buying in? It's a big investment up front, but a great payoff down the line. While they're talking, an email notification with an arresting title from Anna floats into the top right corner of my screen. As quietly as I can, I click on it. So he's not even paying attention in the meeting. He's reading email. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: Assault and Battery, the After Effects. This may be the most appropriately titled email they'll ever send. Dear Mr. Gray, you wanted to know why I felt confused after you. Which euphemism should we apply? Spanked, punished, beat, assaulted me? All valid. A tad over dramatic, Miss Steele. You could have said no. That's in his head. Well, during the whole alarming process, I felt demeaned, debased, and abused. That's the intention. This is why they are fundamentally not made for each other, because she doesn't like any of that. Now, granted, spanking somebody does not always have to include making them feel that way. I would certainly know that from both sides. Because I also don't like being debased, humiliated, or feeling abused, which is not to say I don't enjoy being spanked or other things from time to time, but in an appropriate way with somebody I trust who is not treating me that way. But he does treat her that way. Just expects her to like it. Because, again, his other submissives were into that. They liked being humiliated and debased. She doesn't. I've had submissives that like being humiliated and debased. One of my all-time favorites was I'm gonna call him Eric. Uh his particular kink was being naked in front of it was, have you heard some of you out there will know the term, you know, naked male clothed female. It's like, what is it? NMCF or the other way around. And he liked being naked in front of fully clothed women, i.e. dominatrix, hello, and being told how small and pathetic his cock was. That's what got him off. I have no idea why, because we never talked about it, because it's none of my business. If he wanted to tell me, he would have. He didn't. But that's what got him off. Was me looking at his dick and telling him how small and pathetic and worthless it was and how he'll never satisfy a woman and how I'd never sleep with him in a million years and blah, blah, blah. And you wouldn't believe how much he got off on that. I don't understand it because that's not my kink, but it was his. Some people are like that. And again, his response to her saying, during the whole alarming process, I felt demeaned, debased, and abused. In his head, his response, if you felt that way, why didn't you stop me? You have safe words, which you told her not to use. And much to my mortification, you're right. I was aroused, and that was unexpected. I know. Good, you finally acknowledged it, because he thinks that makes it okay. Because she clearly has never had sex ed, so she doesn't know that, your body can respond in a certain way without your mind being along for the ride, and that doesn't mean you consented or even that you liked it. It just did something to your body. I don't like hot tubs. I agree they make my body feel good because they're very relaxing and they're good for sore muscles, but I still don't like them. As you are well aware, all these things sexually are new to me. I only wish I was more experienced and therefore more prepared. I was shocked to feel aroused. Yeah, again, this is why you would never play like this with somebody who's a virgin, because it's completely unfair and you're going to mentally destroy them and fuck them up for life by setting completely unrealistic expectations. They have no standards, they're not capable of standards, and they don't know what normal is. And you should have a basis for what normal sex and normal relationship dynamics are before you start trying to get kinky and bend the rules. And yes, I'm completely throwing stones in my glass house there because I sure as fuck have never had normal sex or a normal relationship in my entire life. But, I'm kind of proving my own point because I got dragged into the kinky stuff really young. And so that's all I know. That's all I've ever done. That's all I will ever do. I have no interest in normal anymore. I wouldn't know what to do with normal. I wouldn't know what to do with any of it. Not an interest. I like what I like now. But I'm also going on 38 years old now. I'm allowed to like what I like now. But it would have been nice to have a normal sex life before having an incredibly kinky one. Like, I recognize that I'm lacking in some ways and very fucked up in some other ways because of that. But I know that. Right? And can we also point out that while he's reading this, he's in a business meeting? There's like 3 people watching him on Zoom as he's reading this and probably getting a furious expression on his face that's going to confuse them because they can't see the email that he's reading and they don't know why he's suddenly getting pissed. He's going to end up canceling this meeting and going back to her. I just know it. What really worries me is how I felt afterwards, and that's more difficult to articulate. I was happy that you were happy. I felt relieved that it wasn't as painful as I thought it would be. And when I was lying in your arms, I felt sated. As did I, Anna, as did I. Yeah, because you got to take your aggression out on your living fuck doll. Seriously, somebody get him into karate. Hit a punching bag. But I feel very uncomfortable, guilty even, feeling that way. It doesn't sit well with me, and I'm confused as a result. Does that answer your question? So, again, she was probably raised with some level of like sexual repression or religious bullshit because, yeah, she's feeling guilty about getting turned on by being spanked, if that's what she's saying, because that's not really what she's saying. She's saying she was surprised that her body got turned on because her brain was not there, but now she's really confused, as anybody would be. I hope the world of mergers and acquisitions is as stimulating as ever, and that you weren't too late. Thank you for staying with me, Anna. Kavanaugh joins the conversation, apologizing for his tardiness. While the introductions are made and Fred talks about what GEH can offer, I type out my reply to Anna. So he's not even like pretending to be paying attention in this meeting because everyone's going to be able to see that he's like looking at a different screen and typing instead of listening to what's being said. I hope the others I hope those on the other side of the computer screen I hope to those on the other side of the computer screen it looks like I'm taking notes. It doesn't. I promise you it doesn't. From Kristen Gray, subject free your mind. Always good to go with like hippie phrases from the 70s that people used to say right before dropping acid and like eating shrooms. That's a great way to make your argument. Interesting. If slightly overstated title heading, Miss Steele. To answer your points, and he actually is answering this in point form. I'll go with spanking, as that's what it was, despite the fact that he himself called it hitting last night more than once and used the term beating as well. So yeah. So you felt demeaned, debased, and abused and assaulted. How very Tess Durbefield? I've never read this book that they keep referencing. The Tess of de Umberville's book. I've never read it. I don't know the plot. I don't know anything about it. So the fact that they keep referencing it is really annoying me because I don't know it. Oh, I meant to look and see if I have it because I have like classic collections or like those giant compendiums. I have a few of those, so I wanted to see if it was in there. I believe it was you who decided on the debasement, if I remember correctly. Do you really feel like this, or do you think you ought to feel like this? Here we go, here we go, here we go. Gaslighting. Gaslighting! This is classic gaslighting. You don't really feel that way, you only think you do. Let me tell you what you're really feeling, babe. Like, I have an element of this in my fanfic, gaslighting, not abuse like this, but deliberate gaslighting. However, that's on purpose. I am writing that between two characters that know that one of them is gaslighting the other. They're both in on it. So it's and it's still my main character is freaking Dr. Hannibal Lecter, who is doing some questionable things to my leading lady in my story, and he's still way less evil than Christian Grey. And later on in the story, we're gonna find out that he's murdered some people in the story. He's still less evil than Christian Grey the way I write him. So I'm writing an actual sociopath because I don't believe that Hannibal Lecter is a psychopath at all. Just because you kill doesn't make you a psychopath. Sociopath who is a serial killer and highly manipulative and still not as evil as Christian Grey. Or, and I will say, at least in my fanfic, he's never abusive. Okay, thank you for Snickety for posting the Wikipedia of Tess of the Ubervilles, or however the fuck you say it. Tess of the Ubervilles, a pure woman is a pure woman. Was that the original like subtitle? Is the 12th published novel by English author Thomas Hardy. I have heard of him. I've probably heard of or read in school something else that he wrote. It initially appeared in a censored and serialized version. Oh wait, how old is this? Published by the British illustrated newspaper The Graphic. There's a name for a thing. In 1891? Are you kidding me? Like what is considered the first porn movie wasn't that far after that point, or it might have been right at the same time. And for anyone who doesn't know, what is widely considered the first porn film? It was one of the first ever like films, and by that it was made with moving pictures. It was a series of still shots basically lined up. I forget who did it, but he's basically the guy who's credited with inventing the modern film camera and modern film technology, or starting it. And the first ever porn movie featured a woman wearing a nightgown, sitting at her vanity, brushing her hair. And she's being filmed from behind in a voyeuristic style, as if the camera represents a man who has snuck into her bedroom and is watching her brush her long hair while she's dressed only in a nightgown, which back then would have been just unheard of for any man, including her husband, to ever see her in such a state of undress. Like, people didn't get naked to have sex back then unless you were with a prostitute, and then she's naked, but the guy is only unzipping his fly. 1891, and then in book form in 3 volumes in 1891. As a single volume in 1892, so it must have been popular. Although now considered a major novel of, and then it trails off. So I still have no idea what it's about, but I'm gonna read that later. But yeah, it must have been popular in its day. Probably, I'm guessing because back in the day it was probably very salacious. I'm equally sure that it won't be now, but it was probably considered pretty racy if it had to be censored. Though, honest to God, back then the word breast was probably censored. Because I forget who it was, but I was watching a roast of somebody, and one of the people that got up to roast them was one of the original like late night host from one of those like old time late night shows that ran for like 20 years, but nobody remembers anymore. Like Dick Van Dyke had one, but like way before that. And at the time, the guy was like obviously in his like 70s or 80s. And he was recalling that when he first started on the air in the 50s, there were so many words, the censorship level was so high that he's like, nowadays you young guys, you can say the F word, you can curse up and down, you can make all kinds of sexual and vulgar jokes. He's like, when I was on the air, we couldn't say the word pregnant. So I'd be interviewing an actress who is out to here and clearly about to have a baby, and they're filming her from the neck up because we couldn't show her body in a pregnant condition, and I wasn't allowed to even ask her if she was pregnant when there's a chance she's going to go into labor any minute. It's like, yeah, remember on like the I Love Lucy show and that when Lucy and Ricky were shown sleeping in separate beds? Yeah, that's because they literally couldn't show a married couple sleeping in the same bed, not even touching, not even him like touching her face in a suggestive, like, oh, once the lights go out, they're gonna fuck way. No. You couldn't even have a married couple platonically laying in the same bed. Like, that's why it's a point in the movie Pleasantville that the bed thing comes up in the movie. Pleasantville's a good movie. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a really good movie. It's high concept, but it's smart. Also, Jeff Daniels is funny as hell. And it's got Reese Witherspoon is in that, and it's a very young Reese. No, am I confusing her with somebody else? I might be. I think I'm confusing her with somebody else. I think I said the wrong person. Who's in Pleasantville? I can see her face, but they're very young in it, and they're good. I haven't watched that in too long. I should watch that again because the cast alone in that is so good. But it's so well done. It's so smart. Back to his insane point reply. Do you really feel like this, or do you only think you should? Two very different things. If that is how you feel, do you think you could just try to embrace these feelings and deal with them for me? That's what a submissive would do. So there we go. He's now full on disgusting and has passed any hope of being redeemed in any way. Because he just got told that he made her feel demeaned, abused, and like debased and humiliated. And he says, well, even if you really do feel that way, can't you just deal with it for me, babe? Can't you just let me keep making you feel that way and beating you? Because I really like doing it. And if you love me, you'll let me. That's effectively what he just said. So I'm no longer even going to try to redeem him in any way. He's just a completely horrific abuser who doesn't care if he beats this woman to death, which he probably will. It is Reese Witherspoon. I'm not insane. Thank you. Thank you for looking that up because yeah, it's a very young Reese Witherspoon, but she is good. Like you can see she's got the comedy chops in that. Also, I did like her with she's got like ringlet hair almost and it looked really good on her. And again, he's telling her that's what a submissive would do. She's not a natural submissive, you fucking moron. Like, she's not a submissive. That's the problem. And, like, that's why he really is a criminal in everything that he does to her, because he's basically chosen the girl next door, plain Jane, and has been mentally and physically abusing her to turn her into his perfect submissive when she's not naturally submissive. And again, that's what's getting him off. It's making her do things she doesn't want to do. And that's partially why he's a psychopath. I forget what episode of Law and Order SVU, but ADA Casey Novak and Dr. George Wong, played by BD Wong, have this wonderful conversation. It's during Authority. That's what it is. It's during Authority. Um, which is the Robin Williams episode, which is stunningly amazing episode. But B.D. Wong's character is a psychiatrist, and Casey Novak is the DA, so she's prosecuting Robin Williams' character, and she's confused by it because he's really smart, he's really charming, he's funny, and she's like, I don't understand why why he does the things that he does, because he's accused of impersonating a cop and calling up a fast food chain and manipulating over the phone, manipulating the manager into degrading and sexually assaulting an employee. But the manager is such a clueless idiot that he doesn't even realize that that's what he did, because he's like, no, the cop on the phone told me I could strip search the 17-year-old girl because she was accused of stealing. So I just did what the cop told me to do. And it's about mandated conformity and blind compliance, etc., which I have some personal experience with, and should have sued somebody over, but didn't because I had other things going on at the time. But they broke the law and my privacy again because of a voice on the phone. And that's the whole point, that people are too programmed to blindly comply with authority, so they end up doing stupid shit. And so Novak is saying to Wong, like, I don't understand why he does that. Why would he do that? He's successful. You know, he's got a good career, he's got money, he's got a life. Why would he do these criminal, horrible things? Why? I don't understand. And Wong explains it to her. He's like, because he gets off on manipulating others into doing things they don't want to do. He gets off on manipulating them into doing bad and criminal things. You know, the look what I made them do thing. And he's like, you must have known somebody like that. Every class has that one kid. You know, every class has got that kid that, you know, if you have a classroom hamster, they take the hamster poop and tell you it's jelly beans and try to trick the other kids into eating it. And she's like, yeah, we had somebody like that. And he was like, well, did they ever get you? And she's like, no, I would never do something just because, you know, idiot kid told me to. And he's like, well, where is that guy today? And she's like, he's like a sleazy used car salesman. He still has a career manipulating people. And it's like, yeah, some people are like that. That's what some people get off doing. I very much am crazy. This is true. This is true. I have proof of this. You know, but that's what Christian Grey is. He's getting off on multiple levels, but a lot of it is in forcing someone who doesn't want to do this, because again, this entire chapter so far is her telling him that she doesn't want to do this. And his answer is just shut up and do it because it makes me happy. And I maintain my position that after 15 submissives, having a willing victim just doesn't get him off anymore. Because it's like using heroin. You know, the first time you only have to use like probably a very, very small amount to feel like you're flying around the moon, or from what I'm told. But then you need more and more and more and more to get the same feeling, and that's how people end up overdosing. So she's, you know, she's the drug and he's the addict on the verge of overdosing. Having a willing victim doesn't work for him anymore. Now he needs an unwilling victim to get off. I'm grateful for your inexperience. I value it, and I'm only beginning to understand what it means. In other words, I'm playing with toys I shouldn't be playing with. Simply put, it means that you are mine in every way. He's gonna tattoo his name on her ass at some point, I swear to God. I'm amazed that he didn't do that on their wedding night. Like, baby, I've got a surprise for you. Meet Vincent, my tattoo guy. He's the best in the world. I flew him in from Japan. And he's gonna put my name on your ass so that everyone will know that you are mine. Like, I'm really surprised that that did not happen. Yes, you were aroused, which in turn was very arousing. There's nothing wrong with that. Happy does not even begin to cover how I felt. Ecstatic joy comes close. Punishment spankings hurts. Wait, what? Okay, the grammar is just really bad here. punishment spankings hurts. Both words have an S, only one should. Far more than sensual spanking. So that's about as hard as it gets, unless, of course, you commit some major transgression, in which case I'll use some implement to punish you with. My hand was very sore, but I like that. So, by the way, again, as somebody who has done this, if you are, in fact, and I'm hitting my desk, if you are spanking someone to the point where your hand is hurting, you are swinging with a considerable goddamn amount of force, and yes, that's going to really hurt. And more than what I can do with something like this. Now, yes, this takes less effort on my part, and yes, it's going to sting more initially, and it hurts, very much so, and it stings, but this cannot equal this sometimes. It depends use of force, and it depends on somebody's tolerance. And again, this is going to feel different than... I miss these. I miss these very much right now. But the wooden paddle is going to feel different than this because I'm using the same amount of force with silicone, and it's a very different feeling. So it's not just about amount of force or what you're doing it with. There's a lot of things to consider. So, like, don't tell me, and he's lying, saying, like, oh, my hitting you with my hand was, like, the worst of it. No, it's very much not. Trying not to have an avalanche on my desk. The cat is giving me such looks right now because I think I woke him up. Yes, I see you glaring at me, Mr. Kitty. I see you. Yeah, he's mad. Kitty's mad at me. It's like, you have other places to go sleep and be a kitty, you know? You don't have to be right next to me right now. He's pretending he's asleep. So he's saying that's as hard as it gets, unless you piss me off and I beat you with an object next time. I felt sated too, more so than you could ever know. Don't waste your energy on guilt, feelings of wrongdoing, etc. We're consenting adults and do what we do behind closed doors, and what we do behind closed doors is between us. You need to free your mind and listen to your body. There's the ultimate gaslighting. Well, your body was aroused, so you just need to get your head out of that place and accept that that's what you like because I fucking said so. And I am somebody who says fuck feeling guilty about 9 things out of 10. And fuck doing so for any reasons of because religion says so or society says so. Both those things can fucking shove it when it comes to telling me what I should like or not like or feel guilty about or not feel guilty about. The entire world can F off. I'll make those decisions for myself. Thank you very much. But, like, she's saying she doesn't like it and he's just not even trying to hear it. The world of M&A is not nearly as stimulating as you are, Miss Steele. Again, he's supposed to be in a business meeting at this point. Her response is almost immediate, because it's not like she has a job to go to. From Anastasia Steele, subject consenting adults. Aren't you in a meeting? Yeah! Shouldn't you be trying to do whatever the hell it is you supposedly do for work? Not that we ever see him work. I'm very glad your hand was sore, and if I listened to my body, I'd be in Alaska by now. Anna, P.S. I will think about embracing these feelings. See, she almost had a moment. Because the being in Alaska to get away from him, that's an appropriate response. Embracing the feelings, suck my dick. Alaska, really, Miss Steele. I chuckle to myself and look like I'm engaged with the online conversation. There's a knock on my door and I apologize for interrupting the conference while I let room service in with my breakfast. Miss Dark Eyes regards me with a flirtatious smile as I shine the Okay, we're never gonna have one random person interact with him that he doesn't think is interested. You know, the only thing that's surprising is that A, Every single random person he interacts with is female. Have we noticed this? Every receptionist, waitress, person who brings his food, person who holds the door, person he has a meeting with, personal shopper, like cashier, everyone he interacts with is female, and he always thinks they're hitting on him. How much better is it if some of these people are male and he also thinks they are hitting on him? Because he clearly is so narcissistic that he literally thinks every woman on the planet wants him. Ugh. What? What are you looking at, Mr. Kitty? What are you looking at? You just being a kitty? He's just staring. Hello. Hello, Mr. Kitty. Hi. Aren't you a pretty boy? Returning to the WebEx, I find Fred briefing Kavanaugh and his associates on how successful this technology has been for another client company dealing in futures. Will the technology help me with the futures market? Kavanaugh asked with a sardonic smile. No, because for anyone who doesn't know, the futures market, put very, very, very simply, and it's really complicated, is betting on the price of something tomorrow. You can make and lose a fortune overnight. When I tell him that Barney is hard at work developing a crystal ball that predicts prices, they all have the grace to laugh. While Fred discusses a theoretical timeline for the implementation and tech integration, I email Anna. Because why should he pay attention to an important business meeting and a major multi-million-dollar deal? Christian Grey, subject, you didn't call the cops. In other words, you let me break into your apartment. Miss Steele, I am in a meeting discussing the futures market if you're really interested. No, you're discussing installing fiber optic cable at another company so they have faster internet access. For the record, you stood beside me knowing what I was going to do. You didn't at any time ask me to stop. You didn't use either safe word. You are an adult. You have choices. Go fuck yourself, you fucking asshole manipulative loser. You know exactly what you were doing. I know she didn't have free will or free choices because you've been manipulating and brainwashing her since the second that you met, and you know it. This is why he's a cult leader. Quite frankly, I'm looking forward to the next time my palm is ringing with pain. You're obviously not listening to the right part of your body, so now he's making threats. Alaska's very cold and no place to run. I would find you. I can track your cell phone. Remember? Go to work. See, she is supposed to be at work. So now we have him saying, hey, you're an adult. You could have told me to stop. You didn't, even though he told her not to. His promise that he wants to beat her again. Gaslighting her that, hey, if your body likes it, you must like it, and therefore it's okay. And saying that even if you ran to a remote place like Alaska, I would still find you because I will find you everywhere. So basically saying there's nowhere you can go to escape me. Because that's not like threatening, intimidating. Nah. If for anyone wondering why I'm not highlighting all of this, it's because I don't want to stop every single line to highlight things, but I am going to go back after and highlight so fucking much of this. Fred is in full flow when I get Anna's response. He's not even pretending to pay attention to this meeting that he's hosting. That's for his business. Okay, I just posted a picture of the look I'm getting from the kitty. It's under Pet Adventure. From Anastasia Steele, subject stalker. Have you sought therapy for your stalker tendencies, Anna? I smother my laugh. She's funny. Yeah, she's really funny. From Christian Grey, subject stalker, question mark, me, question mark. I pay the eminent Dr. Flynn a small fortune with regard to my stalker and other tendencies. Go to work. So again, he's aware. And again, if Flynn was any competent psychiatrist, he would have had this guy committed a long time ago. Why hasn't she gone to work? She'll be late. Like you fucking care. You're just gonna buy the place anyway. From Anastasia Steele, subject expensive charlatan. So she's got the read on Flynn before she even knows who he is. May I humbly suggest you seek a second opinion? I'm not sure that Dr. Flynn is very effective. Miss Steele. She's entirely correct because Dr. Flynn is the second opinion because I'm guessing the first opinion said you are a dangerous psychopath who should be locked away to protect other people from you. But Flynn, who we know later bids $100,000, so therefore Christian Grey's paying him like a ton of fucking money to tell him what he wants to hear. Damn, this woman is funny and intuitive. Yeah, it's funny that she's calling you a dangerous stalker. Flynn charges me a small fortune for his advice. Surreptitiously, I type my response. Yeah, how much does he pay the shrink to not commit him every week? What do we think? 50,000? How much more emailing is there? Is it really the whole rest of the chapter? It really fucking is. It's the rest of the chapter. Oh my god, I was worried we wouldn't get through, and we got like 2 hours left. Jesus. We're gonna get through a lot of this tonight. Better. From Christian Grey, subject second opinions. Not that it's any of your business, humble or otherwise, but Dr. Flynn is the second opinion. You will have to speed in your new car, putting yourself at unnecessary risk. I think that's against the rules. Go to work! Kavanaugh throws me a question about future proofing. I let him know that we've recently acquired a company that's an innovative, dynamic player in fiber optics. I don't let him know that I have my doubts about the CEO, Lucas Woods. He'll be gone anyway. I'm definitely firing that idiot, no matter what Ross says. From Anastasia Steele, subject Shouty Capitals. As the object of your stalker tendencies, I think it's my business actually. I haven't signed yet, so rules schmools, and I don't start until 9:30. Miss Steele. Okay, nice to have a late day. Shouty Capitals. I love it. I respond. Okay, he's just getting more psychotic. From Christian Grey, subject descriptive linguistics. Schmools. Not sure where that appears in Webster's dictionary. Christian Grey. We can take this conversation offline, Ross says to Kavanaugh, now that we have an idea, of your needs and expectations. We'll prepare a detailed proposal for you and reconvene next week to discuss it. Great, I say, trying to look engaged. There are nods of agreement all around, then goodbyes. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to quote for this, Iman. I address Kavanaugh. I'm still not sure I'm saying this guy's name right, and I feel bad. It sounds like you guys know what we need, he says. Great to see you yesterday. Goodbye. Now I'll hang up, except Ross, who's staring at me as if I've grown 2 heads. And his email pings in my inbox. Hang on, Ross, I need a minute or two. I mute her. I read and laugh out loud. From Anastasia Steele, subject descriptive linguistics. It's between control freak and stalker, and descriptive linguistics is a hard limit for me. Will you stop bothering me now? I'd like to go to work in my new car. Anna. I type a quick reply. Challenging but amusing young women. My palm is twitching. Drive safely, Miss Steele. Oh, this is where we get the twitching palm line. Ew. Ross is glaring at me when I unmute her. What the hell, Christian? What? I feign ignorance. Innocence. Yeah, she knows you weren't paying any attention, you idiot, because it was blatantly obvious, and you're lucky you didn't insult a huge investor. You know what? Don't hold a goddamn meeting when you're obviously not interested. Was it that obvious? Yes. Duh, you fucking ass! They can see you! Fuck. Yes, fuck. This could be a huge contract for us. See? She knows what's what. Okay, so I waive Kate Kavanaugh's status as the real person. I now designate Ross as the real person because she's calling him out on his shit of, hey, idiot, you run a business that I need a paycheck from, so can you try to pretend you're paying attention to someone who wants to give us a multi-million-dollar contract, from which I probably get a decent bonus for setting this up? Can you try to pretend you give a fuck about your day-to-day job? I know, I'm sorry. I grin. I don't know what's gotten into you lately. She shakes her head, but I can tell she's trying to mask her amusement with exasperation. It's the Portland air. Well, the sooner you're back here, the better. I'm heading back around lunchtime. In the meantime, ask Marco to investigate all the publishing houses in Seattle and see if any are ripe for a takeover. Okay, so his BS buying the company she works for. This is starting. So he's already saying I'm going to buy a publishing company and then somehow get her to work there. You want to go into publishing? Ross sputters. It's not a high potential growth sector. She's probably right. Just investigate, that's all. She sighs. If you insist, will you be in later this afternoon? We have a, we can have a proper catch up. Depends on traffic. I'll pencil in catch up with Andrea. Great. Bye for now. I close WebEx and then phone Andrea. Mr. Gray, call Dr. Baxter and have him come to my apartment on Sunday around midday. If he's not available, find a good gynecologist. Get the best. Okay, how is she gonna know? Can you imagine you're a corporate CEO, master of the universe, self-made billionaire, 26-year-old idiot, and you tell your assistant, get this doctor to come to my apartment on Sunday. If they're not available, find me a really good gynecologist and get them to come to my apartment. What would go through your head? What in the hell would you be thinking? And also, any gynecologist or OBGYN that is prominent and really good at their job, they're not going to come to your apartment. They're not going to be available for hire at your request, no matter how much you pay, because they will value their reputation and their professional jobs. So anybody who's willing to have a completely unprofessional meeting in your apartment for any price, or potentially examine a patient or do anything that would probably be illegal and several violations of their license, they're not going to be the best. Yes, sir, she says. Anything else? Yes. What's the name of the personal shopper I use at Neiman Marcus at the Bravarian Center? Caroline Acton. Text me her number. Will do. I'll see you later this afternoon. Yes, sir. I hang up. So far, it's been one interesting morning. I can't recall any exchange of emails being that fun, ever. I glance at the laptop, but there's nothing new. Anna must be at work. That's not going to last because we all know he won't let her work. I run my hands through my hair. Ross noticed how distracted I was during that conversation. Shit, Gray, get your act together. I wolf down my breakfast, drink some cold coffee, and head into my bedroom to shower and change. Even when I'm washing my hair, I can't get that woman out of my head. Anna. Amazing Anna. The image of her. Here we go. We can't go 3 pages. The image of her bouncing up and down on top of me comes to mind. Of her lying over my knee, ass pink, her tethered to the bed, mouth open in ecstasy. Lord, that woman is hot. Only in your head. And this morning, waking up next to her, it wasn't so bad, and I slept well. Really well. So she's useful. She's useful as a sleeping pill and a fuck doll. That's it. Shouty capitals. Her email makes me laugh. They're entertaining. She's funny. I never knew I liked that in a woman because you never let them speak around you. I'll need to think about what we'll do on Sunday in my playroom. Something fun. Something new for her. He definitely means anal. While shaving, I have an idea, and as soon as I'm dressed, I get back on my laptop and browse my favorite toy store. I need a riding crop. Brown pleated leather. I smirk. I'm going to make Anna's dream come true. He, he didn't have to order one. You could have just said he already had one. Like, seriously. Order placed, I turn to work emails, energized and productive until Taylor interrupts me. Good morning, Taylor. Mr. Gray, he nods, looking at me with a puzzled expression, and I realize I'm grinning because I'm thinking about her emails again. Descriptive linguistics is a hard limit for me, so he's so amused by her telling him to fuck off. I've had a good morning, I find myself explaining. I'm pleased to hear it, sir. I have Miss Steele's laundry from last week. Pack it with my things. Will do. Thank you. I watch him walk into my bedroom. Even Taylor is noticing the Anastasia Steele effect. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Elliot. You still in Portland? Yes, but I'm leaving soon. I'll be there later. I'm gonna help the girls move. Shame you can't stay. Our first double date since Anna popped your cherry. Fuck off, I'm picking up Mia. I need deets, bro. Kate tells me nothing. Good. Fuck off again. Right, so we've confirmed that Kate is not spilling to Elliot, which she should be giving some hints at least. But yeah, there's that. And yeah, I have to go pick up our sister from the airport. So you help the girls move, even though I could just pay for movers and show off. Because that would totally be a him thing to do, to just like get Anastasia and Kate, like give them tickets to the theater for the evening, and then go, look, while you were at the theater, I hired movers and moved all of your stuff, and they unpacked it and decorated your new apartment. Aren't I the best boyfriend ever? And that you could, as much as it's overreaching and stalkery, that would almost be a nice gesture, especially from someone who could afford it. I could let that go in terms of like being a nice thing to do, and he's just a little, he's immature, so he doesn't know that it's way too much and kind of an invasion of personal space, but he meant well. He was actually trying to do something nice just for the sake of doing something nice, even if he went too far with it because he has money and he can. That could have been like a sweet, charming moment. Or maybe like, he mixes up some of their stuff, or we have a meet cute kind of moment. double date, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Gray, Taylor interrupts me once more, my luggage in hand. The courier has been dispatched with the BlackBerry. Thanks. He nods, and as he leaves, I type up another email to Miss Steele. Like, seriously, these two can't go 5 seconds. And it's mostly him. But again, they're both supposed to have actual jobs. Christian Gray, subject BlackBerry on loan. I need to be able to contact you at all times, and since this is your most honest form of communication, I figured you needed a BlackBerry. Christian Gray. No, I wanted to give you a cell phone that I loaded up with trackers and spyware so I can know your every move, thought, and word. I would never, ever, ever, ever trust a phone that somebody else gave me. Not unless I was with them when we went to the cell phone store, bought it together, and it was handed to me new in box, still wrapped. Then you can buy me a new phone. Not that I need a new phone, but that is the only way I would accept somebody buying me a phone. If it was already like opened and they handed it to me and it was already like loaded up, I'd be like, thank you, but no thank you. And maybe you'll answer this phone when I call. At 11:30, I have another conference call with our director of finance to discuss GEH's charitable giving for the next quarter. That takes the best part of an hour, and when it's over, I finish a light lunch and read the rest of my Forbes magazine. Oh, I so could not eat like a bagel with cream cheese and salmon and all that crap. I've never actually had a bagel with cream cheese and salmon. I know it's a thing, but I've never tried it. I kind of want to, but I'm also kind of thinking I might be weirded out by cold fish because I have like texture issues and I'm worried I wouldn't like it and then I don't want to waste the money. And also, I don't like wasting food. I do love a bagel and cream cheese though, and salmon, but like the like cooked eat for dinner kind of salmon. Or my mom used to make salmon cakes when I was a kid, and I can't remember how. I know it involved canned salmon, an egg, and breadcrumbs, and then it was like fried in a frying pan. But I think there was like more to it than that, and I don't remember what. I remember I really liked them. Da-da-da-da. As I swallow the last forkful of salad, I realize I have no other reason to stay at the hotel. It's time to go, yet I'm reluctant. And deep down, I have to acknowledge it's because I won't see Anna until Sunday. It's Friday. It's like what? It's like 2 nights. She's such a toddler. Unless she changes her mind. Fuck, I hope not. Pushing that unpleasant thought aside, I start packing my papers into my messenger bag. And when I reach for my laptop to put it away, I see there's an email from Anna. Of course there is. From Anastasia Steele, subject consumerism gone mad. I think you need to call Dr. Flynn right now. Your stalker tendencies are running wild. I'm at work. I will email you when I get home. Thank you for yet another gadget. I wasn't wrong when I said you're the ultimate consumer. Why do you do this, Anna? So he can stalk you better, my dear. You know this. She's scolding me. I respond immediately. From Christian Grey, Sag Saga City from One So Young. I don't know what this word is, and I'm not going to try right now. Sagacity. If anybody knows what that means, please let me know. Fair point well made as ever, Miss Steele. Dr. Flynn is on vacation, and I do this because I can. Nothing like saying, my therapist is on vacation, so I can do whatever I want. Like, I'm sorry, but there's so much wrong in that sentence. Like, I had times when my therapist went on vacation. I never used it as an excuse to do whatever the fuck I wanted. Whoa! Hello! Okay, thank you, Sadale, for a lot. Wow. 3 duckies and cuffs. Okay. We can so do that. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have to put the cuffs on second because I can't do the ducks with the cuffs. I tried once and it didn't work. Okay, hold on. Let me take a drink because my mouth's dry now. Okay, 3 ducks. I hope you're watching because you have to name these. Because you didn't tell me to name them. Or they'll be nameless until next week. We'll see. Okay, 3 ducks. Wow, we're really filling up the tier. This is great. This is so great. Okay. Eyes closed. Eyes closed, head all the way back. Hopefully the bag is on screen. Where's the... Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, first duck. Round and 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 round. Round and this one. Okay, what do we got? Pirate duck! We have pirate duck! Okay, at least this one I know what it is. Okay. So we have pirate duck. He's got... Wow, I think he's the first duck that has colored eyes. Am I right? Yeah. He's the first one. He's got blue eyes. Look, he's got really blue eyes. So we have our first duck with colored eyes. Look, we have pirate duck. I am dubbing it pirate. He's really flat too. The siren is behind me. Sorry, but we have pirate duck. Okay, excellent. Put him next to Sasha. He's tiny too. Look how tiny pirate duck is. He's like really squished. Like he's really flat. He doesn't have the body that the other ones do. That's weird and cool. Okay, head back, eyes closed. Is the bag on three? Okay, eyes closed. Round and 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 go. And this one. What do we get? Minecraft duck. I don't play Minecraft, so forgive me if I'm confusing it. But Minecraft is where everything is what? Bartholomew. Oh, okay, so that's pirate duck. We're naming Bartholomew. I gotta write this down. I'm gonna forget. I have no memory. Okay, so first I'm dubbing that one Ghost Duck, by the way. I'm dubbing Sasha as Ghost Duck. Sasha and Pirate Duck that is named Bartholomew. I'm not spelling Bartholomew. And that is me attempting to sound out words. And now we have Minecraft Duck. That's not the right button. Minecraft Duck is Steve, so we have 2 Steves. Uh-oh. 1 moment, please. Shit. Fucking A. It's hailing. We do have a Steve. This is Steve. The I don't know what it is duck was dubbed Steve. We can have 2 Steves. I was once in a class with 4 Samanthas. We do have a Steve already, so if you'd like to change, that's okay. Or we can have two. We could have 2 Steves. But yeah, we have Minecraft Duck. It's hailing, and y'all know how I feel about hail. But yeah, it's hailing. So we have Minecraft Duck. We'll see. Okay, last duck. Eyes closed, head back, bag on screen, and round and round and round we go. Want to make sure everybody's included and gets a fair chance of being drawn. And this one. What do we got? Oh, Alex. We're going with Alex. Minecraft Duck is being officially dubbed out. Oh, we have Clown Duck. Look, we have a clown. I didn't even know this was in here. But this is definitely Clown Duck. This is really nice. They did a good job on this one. Oh, oops. Sorry. Sorry, Clown Duck. I love that. Look, it's got a clown nose on top of its beak. Like, how cute is that? And it's got red hair that also looks like dog ears, and a little hat, and a little green cape. And Chuckles the clown. Okay. Okay. Let me write this down. Minecraft Duck is Alex. Clown Duck. I wrote drunk. is Chuckles. How am I spelling? Okay, I'm spelling it like that. Okay. I've officially written them down. Okay, so we have our 3 new ducks of Bartholomew, Alex, and Chuckles to go with Sasha. So we have our 4 new ducks of this evening. Wow, the ducks are doing well. We got 6 left. These are what we got left. So they will stay in the bag for now. Oh, and you said cuffs. So yes. Okay. Give me the key. Let me put that somewhere safe. And put that right there. There we go. All secure. Oh, and this week I really am going to decorate this somehow. I don't know how yet. I'm probably going to paint on it, which I know is going to just like wear off because of this type of material. But it'll be cute for now until I figure out something better. Again, if I had my friend with the cricket thing, I could trick this out so bad. But I can't afford to buy the cricket thing, so. Okay. Thank you so much for these. She doesn't answer straight away, so I pack my laptop, grabbing my bag, I head down to reception and check out. While I'm waiting for my car, Andrea calls to tell me she's found an OBGYN to come to a Scala on Sunday. How sus would you be? Like, seriously. Her name is Dr. Green, and she comes highly recommended by your MD, sir. Oh, okay, I was wondering because I was like, isn't it Dr. Green and isn't it a woman that she sees? So we don't know where this person came from. She runs her practice out of Northwest. I'm assuming that's a hospital. So if somebody is running a successful practice out of a hospital, why in the fuck would they take on a personal shady as sus client where she has to go to your home and where you're about to say, this is my willing fuck doll, make sure I don't get her pregnant? Like, seriously, any doctor is going to recognize an abusive situation when they see one, But again, he's probably paying her enough to look the other way. And I swear to fucking God, I swear to God, in the other ones, he told Anastasia, and maybe he will tell her this later as a lie, but I swear he said that Dr. Green had seen multiple of his submissives, so she knew like what was what, and that's why she didn't ask questions about their relationship, because she already knew and was like cool with it because she understood that it was consensual because she'd done birth control for his previous subs. But now we're saying she's like a new character. Okay, where is Andrea going with this? There's one thing, sir. She's expensive. I dismiss her concern. Andrea, whatever she wants is fine. See, there it is. She probably said like, oh, if you want me to make a house call, then that's going to be like 25 grand a visit. Well, he can afford it. Yes, Sathiel, that's the words I couldn't think of. Mandated reporter, you're entirely correct. Yes. That is exactly it. She's a mandated reporter, which I've had to talk my way out of a few times. It's not easy. And so, yeah. Like, there's a reason when I broke my wrist, like, year before last, I went to a walking clinic that's like 3 hours from where I live and told them my name is Jane Doe. Because there's things I didn't want to fucking deal with. And I still had problems. You know, I remember I posted a picture of my hand in that like thing with the like where they put all those things on your fingers because you have to like suspend it and then yank your arm down to set the bones in your wrist. And so you have to like leave your hand like hanging in these thing with these cages on your fingers for like several minutes. I remember posting a picture of it because it just looks so fucking sick. And no, that was not the result of abuse in any way. But given my past history and things on my medical file, I didn't want to answer a bunch of stupid ass questions or have them think that. And they still thought that. But, you know, without a name, they're limited. And I don't have to give them my name to be treated. So, uh, in that case, she can be at your apartment 1:30 on Sunday. Great. Go ahead. Will do, Mr. Gray. I hang up and I'm tempted to call my mother to check Dr. Green's credentials. Okay, this is a mistake. Narratively in writing, this is a mistake. Because why? If he called his mother and said, do you know a Dr. Green? She's an OBGYN. His mother's going to go, who did you get pregnant? Oh, we're barking in our sleep. And we know that he doesn't want his family to know anything about his personal life, including that he has one. So, no, he's not going to call his mommy to check on the person responsible for maintaining the vaginas of his sex slaves. So cute. He's so cute. He's so cute and little. Oh my god, he's so cute and little. My little puppy, he's so cute and little. And he's squeaking like a little baby. He's squeaking so much. Hmm. Uh, Also, we know he has an army of like bodyguards and military contractors willing to do background checks on people. So just get them to put together one of your infamous dossiers on Dr. Green and her credentials. Like, this is easy. Also, I've looked up the backgrounds of doctors that I've had before. You can find everything. One of them that I knew was a particularly corrupt asshole. I found his med school records, for Christ's sake. And I didn't pay for anything and I didn't break any laws. But I found his med school records and let's just say it was very telling. And there's a reason there's an old joke of where do failed surgeons go. But that might provoke too many questions from Grace. Yeah, she's going to want to know why her male son needs an OBGYN, and she's going to assume the obvious, you idiot. Once in the car, I send in an email with details about Sunday. From Christian Grey, subject Sunday. Shall I, shall I see you at 1 p.m. Sunday? The doctor will be at Escala to see you at 1:30. I'm leaving for Seattle now. Excuse me. I hope your move goes well. I look forward to Sunday. Right. All done. I ease the R8 onto the road and roar towards the I-5. I pass the exit for Vancouver. As I pass the exit for Vancouver, I'm inspired. I call Andrea on the hands-free and ask her to organize a housewarming present for Anna and Kate. Oh, something like anyone decent would do. And also, in 2011, in the state of Washington, is it legal to be using a hands-free when you're driving? What would you like to send? Bollinger Legrand Anna Rosé, 1999 vintage. Yes, sir. Anything else? What do you mean by anything else? Flowers, chocolates, a balloon? Balloon? Yes. What sort of balloons? Well, they have everything. Okay, dude, go with the flowers. Flowers are what you want. New apartment, some nice, a nice bouquet to put in the living room. I really don't like giving balloons as a gift to an adult. Balloons are for 4-year-olds and, when you get them the big bird balloon and you put pennies on the feet to make it walk. Okay, good idea. See if you can get a helicopter balloon. Yes, sir. And a message for the card? Ladies, good luck in your new home, Christian Grey. Got that? I have. What's the address? Shit, I don't know. I'll text it to you either later today or tomorrow. Will that work? Well, she can't actually do what you've told her to do until you do, so yeah? Yes, sir. I can get it delivered tomorrow. Thanks, Andrea. You're welcome. She sounds surprised. Probably because you never say thank you. You just hang up. I hang up and floor my R8. So he has a habit of speeding, is what I'm learning. By 6:30, I'm home, and my earlier ebullient mood has soured. I still haven't heard from Anna. She's at work. I select a pair of cufflinks from the drawers in my closet, and as I knot my bow tie for the night's event, I wonder if she's okay. Well, dude, just hack the security cameras where she works. I'm sure you employ someone who can do that. Or just buy the company. Where does she even work? Does she even have a job? Because didn't she literally graduate from college yesterday? And I mean literally yesterday. Oh, wait, is this like, didn't she say something about last shift at the hardware store? So just like hire a task rabbit and tell him to go there and buy shit and spy on her. Uh, she said she would contact me when she got home. I've called twice, but I've heard nothing, and it's pissing me off. So she said she'd call you when she gets home, dude. She's not home yet, and yet you've called twice. Like the stalkerness. All states, as far as I know, they allow. Really? Is that like today? They allow hands-free phone use except in construction and school zones. The hands-free must be one-button activation. See, we don't allow hands-free here. We did initially. Probably at the time of 2011, it was probably legal to use hands-free, but it is not now. You cannot be on your phone in any way here at all. Nor can you, there's limits. This also led to limits on GPS because you can't have anything that takes your eyes off the road. So if your GPS is in a place in your car, like if it's on the center console and it's low, where like if I'm driving and I have to like look down to see my GPS, that's illegal. You can't have a GPS that makes you take your eyes off the road. Which is why a lot of people need to be informed that your GPS can talk to you. So literally turn the screen off so you're not tempted to look at it and just have it voice communicate to you. That's okay. It can talk to you, but you can't be having a conversation on hands-free. That's too distracting. If you need to take a call that bad, you're expected to pull over, pull off the road, pull into a parking lot. You cannot be on your phone at all. And you cannot be looking at your phone at all. Like when me and my friend went to Toronto and we needed directions and it was a rental car, I called out the GPS for her because I was in the passenger seat. So, and that's okay because then I'm like navigating and I'm just telling her like, yeah, make a right off Dunsmuir and then make a left onto York Boulevard. I can tell her that and that's okay, but she can't take her eyes off the road and look at the screen. Right. I'm sure that we have an exemption for dialing 911 as well. Because I have dialed 911 in a car once because we were stopped at a light and these two absolute jagoffs having a street race. It was late at night and we were on a major, and I mean major road. Probably one of the three most heavily trafficked roads in the city. Absolutely jam-packed with cars. And these two idiots in like souped up sport wannabe cars come flying down. The cars are making that roaring sound. Come flying down the road. They're weaving in and out of lanes. Parked cars, mind you. They're weaving in and out of lanes because we're stopped at a red. They go flying past us, blatantly going through a red, going about 200 kilometers an hour. One of them had blue flames shooting out of a double exhaust on the back. Absolutely street racing. So yeah, I called 911 and reported them, and they were like, "Are you on this street?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Okay, what's your cross street?" And I'm like, "Here." And they're like, "Okay, we've been tracking these two. The police are trying to get ahead of them to intercept them." And yeah, because they were probably like 8 blocks from getting on the highway. So I don't know if the police caught them, but I hope so because oh my god, what they were doing was so incredibly dangerous and reckless. Like, and my friend, there was a kid in the back of our car. A kid who I will say in this instance, fortunately, was born profoundly deaf. So she didn't hear the car. She wasn't aware that like the danger that we were in. Thank God, because she was only like 10. But it was one of the most reckless things I've ever seen. They do change, yeah. They change here quite a bit too. Like we've dropped the speed limits on not only just in the city but on highways especially. Like when I was trying to learn how to drive, the speed limit on the highway was like 110, I think. 120 maybe. Now it's like 80 to 90 depending on where you are. So, and it's dropped several times. But yeah, I would say traffic laws are probably, if you had to pick a group of laws that change the most or get updated the most, it's probably traffic laws. Yeah, because they got to keep up with stuff. They got to keep up with like technology basically, which there's always the saying that, the law is years behind the technology, which is true. For some reason, a lot of states are getting rid of mandatory yearly speed say what? Why? Why? Because the only reason you'd be against that is because you like are a rental car company and it's costing you too much in maintenance to make sure your cars are road legal year to year. And so I want to cut corners and save money. So I'm going to hire a lobbyist to get rid of this law that makes me spend money to be in compliance. That's my thought on that. Because anytime you're trying to get rid of safety regulations, it's so you can break safety regulations and do unsafe things. That's why, like, Florida and like a couple other states, because the U.S. is deporting everyone right now, and most of those people are doing the jobs that Americans won't do. There are several states that are trying to basically roll back child labor laws, including ones that say a child as young as 12 can work an overnight shift in a meat packing plant on a school day. And this comes in the wake of Purdue and other chicken companies being found employing 10 and 12-year-olds to like use like the equivalent of chainsaws and heavy blades and shit to carve up chicken carcasses on a moving conveyor belt at that age, and they got caught for it. And they were like, well, in the state, a 10-year-old can legally work at blah, blah, blah with parental consent. And I'm like, I'm sorry, didn't you abolish slavery? Oh, wait, no, you didn't. Right? Man, you blow past a school bus that is stopped here, because I'm sure it's the same in the States. School buses have an actual stop sign built into them to be on the outside that folds out, and basically it does become a legal stop sign. You cannot pass a stopped school bus ever, and you have to be 60 meters back. You cannot pass a stopped school bus. They have a literal stop sign that folds out to tell you to stop. Try going past one of those here. See how fast your ass gets arrested. And I mean, they won't be asking you for your driver's license, your registration. It's going to be get out of the car. You're under arrest. And your car is going to the impound, and your license is suspended, and you're going to be paying thousands of dollars in fines and possibly looking at jail time. You do not screw with school buses here. You absolutely do not. Some things are inviolate. Other things you can get away with. Like, I know people who get away with speeding, reckless driving, talking on the cell phone. I know people who've gotten away with it a lot. But I promise you one thing a Canadian police officer is not going to let you off for is blowing past a school bus. No way in hell. They are going to take great pride in locking your ass up. But yeah, Minnesota, get your head out of your butt. You're too close to me to be doing that shit. Mhm. 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 Yeah, a lot of them do here too. And I'm pretty sure all like first responder vehicles have them too, for the same reason. Like, I mean, like fire trucks and ambulances. They have cameras on the front that are positioned to get your license plate. Because if you don't pull over and get out of the way, yeah, expect to be getting some heavy fines in the mail. Don't think you got away with it just because you didn't get pulled over by a cop or arrested in the moment. No, no, no. They have pictures of you. They will get to you, believe me. Yeah. Yeah, that's something we have. City buses. City buses have them too. I know they do. Yeah, city buses have them too for same reason, for people, because we have the same law. You cannot pass a city bus when it is stopped. The distance is different, but that's about it. What? They can't enforce those cameras? What? Okay, who got bribed? Yeah, who the fuck got bribed for that? Because I'm sorry, if you're on camera failing to yield for an emergency vehicle, and what, you're saying because they got away with it in the moment? Because there wasn't a cop literally sitting right there to arrest them? They got away with it in the moment, therefore they get away with it? Like, somebody successfully argued this. Like, and this is what makes me wonder if people actually do make deals with Satan. Because that sounds like one of them. Now I want to watch Devil's Advocate really badly. Snickerdoodles, ever seen Devil's Advocate? Maybe we should do a movie night for that. It's such a good movie. It's so, like, it's misunderstood in some ways, but it's such a good fucking movie. It's so good. It's one of the things in which I can say Keanu Reeves fucking kicks fucking ass. Like, it makes me wonder why he's had such a lackluster career when he's got chops like that. Though him being cast in Dangerous Liaison is still one of the biggest pieces of miscasting ever. Right, he doesn't know how balloons work. I try her once more, and this time I leave a message. I think you need to learn to manage my expectations. I'm not a patient man. If you say you're going to contact me when you finish work, then you should have the decency to do so. Otherwise, I worry. And it's not an emotion I'm familiar with, and I don't tolerate it very well. Call me. In other words, I'm an immature, spoiled baby. And even though, for all he knows, she works until 9 o'clock until closing. He said it's only 6:30. So he doesn't know that she's off work. Just because you're off work at 5 or 5:30 doesn't mean she is. And it's her last day, so it's entirely, like, within the realm of possibility that maybe the boss that she's worked for 4 years, maybe you want to take her out for dinner to say thank you for being a good employee and I wish you well on your next journey, you know? And also he's telling her, I'm a toddler with no patience. You have to dote on me, mommy. If she doesn't call soon, I'm going to explode. That's definitely a reference to his penis. I'm seated at a table with Wayland, my banker. I'm his guest at a charity function for a nonprofit that aims to raise awareness of global poverty. Glad you could make it, Wayland says. It's a good cause. And thank you for your generous contribution, Mr. Gray. His wife is cloying, thrusting her perfect, surgically enhanced breasts in my direction. Okay, so now he even thinks that his banker's wife is flirting with him and shoving her tits in his face. He really is fucking delusional, because I promise you, that woman is perfectly fine where she is and doesn't have need of his adolescent bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but the wife of your banker is not flashing her tits in your direction. You just think that every woman wants you. He reminds me, okay, I didn't say it before, but again, Star Trek reference. Star Trek TNG Code of Honor, Hagon, not Hagon, because he was the second. Luton. Luton was his name. Because he's a similarly arrogant, delusional prick. And it's actually his wife, Yarina, that says, when she's arguing with Tasha Yar, because Tasha Yar's trying to say, I don't want him, I don't want to fight you, don't make me do this, because he sets them up to be in this situation. He's also a manipulative bastard who is willing to throw away women and even kill them to get power. But Yarina says to Tasha Yar, she's like, every woman wants him. How could they not? When really he ain't nothing special. But she's been married to him for a while, so I have no doubt that he brainwashed her that, hey, don't you see every woman looking at me with my bare chest, my big strapping muscles, and I'm such a strong, handsome man? Which I'm not saying the actor playing him ain't good looking, and he don't, not that he doesn't lift, because he clearly does, but yeah, it's his own delusional mind that every woman wants him, and he's clearly convinced his wife of this, and said, like, well, Tasha Yar came on to me, she must want me because she looked in my general direction. And then he's an asshole. Sathiel, I think you're a Star Trek fan, so I think you probably know the episode. But yeah. Okay, as for the cameras not being able to testify in court, fuck that argument. That's like saying if you rob a bank and you're not wearing a mask and your face is on camera, but you escape with the money before the police get there. What, you're saying the police can't prosecute you for robbing the bank because all they have is the camera of you doing it? Because I point out, with any emergency vehicle, somebody's driving it. So there is a physical witness to what you did. Yeah, he does. He really does. Not only sexualizes, but thinks that they want him. He literally thinks that he is God's gift to women, and that every woman is just waiting for their chance to jump his dick, basically. But also notice how the only people he's acknowledging ever, even in his own head, are women. Like, there's men in this room, but he's not acknowledging any of them. And I promise you, he's definitely encountered at least one gay male in his life who probably did check out his ass, as he's checking out every woman in the room. So why does he never notice when a man might be looking at him sexually? If he does work out and he's so good looking and he's so well known and famous, do we think there's no men in the room, checking that out? Like I said, it's a good cause. I give her a patronizing smile. Why hasn't Anna called me back? Because she has a fucking life and you said see you on Sunday, so why would she be calling you now, you epic douchebag? I check my phone again. Nothing. I look around the table at all the middle-aged men with their second or third trophy wives. God forbid this should ever be me! This is you now! This is 100% him now. This is him right fucking now. Because all you want is the trophy wife. You just call it being a submissive. And you don't want to marry it. I'm bored. Seriously bored. And seriously pissed. This is dangerous. What is she doing? Could I have brought her here? I suspect she would have been bored stiff too. God, I'd love to go to something like that. I'd have such a wonderful time. In spite of who I was with, I would still have a wonderful time because I would ignore him. When the conversation around the table moves to the state of the economy, I've had enough. Making my excuses, I leave the ballroom and exit the hotel. So he just bails out because she hasn't answered him. Obsessive much? While the valet is retrieving my car, I call Anna again. That's 4 times. 4 times. He's calling her now and he's left a message and she didn't answer. Dude, you woke up next to her this morning. You then blew off an important meeting to email fight with her until about 1 in the afternoon. And now it's like 6:30. It's been like 5 hours. Like, oh my god. Who remembers Smallville? I know the controversy that happened with the Knicks whatever cult after. But there was an episode of Smallville, early days, in which because the show, I'm going to call them mutants because the show has a lot of mutants, people who get powers from the rain of kryptonite meteors, and there is a woman who is basically poison ivy, uh who, as long as she kisses a man with her pheromones, can make him do anything, and she seduces Lex Luthor into marrying her. But however, her pheromones and her kiss only last about 6 hours. So if she doesn't kiss him every 6 hours, her spell wears off, and he starts to turn back into himself and not be so enslaved to her. That is what Christian Grey is. Like, I swear to God, she cut out the part where he has that power, or where he's just roofing her every 6 hours, because he doesn't let her go 6 hours without his physical contact from the moment that they meet. Because if he does, like, this is why when she goes to home to Georgia to be with her mom because she can't think around him, he follows her because he's like, oh my god, if she gets away from me and actually has a chance to think clearly and have other people tell her what an abusive relationship she's in, I'll lose her. Therefore, I need to follow her immediately, which he does. And it doesn't help that her mom's a gold digging whore herself. And once finding out he's rich, tells her daughter, "Oh, don't worry that he's abusive and makes you cry. Go upstairs and ride that dick and try to get pregnant, honey. Then you're set for life." This is what her mother tells her. Right? 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 He, I promise you he would have total gay panic moment, beat the shit out of the guy, and then probably get arrested for in the moment. Get arrested for, you know, beating the shit out of a gay man because he made a pass at you or said hello even, and then his lawyers would have to make it go away. They would, I have no doubt. But yeah, I would like to see what happens because he said his own family seriously wonders if he's gay because they've never seen him with a woman or anybody for that matter, which is why he said his brother jokes that he's celibate. But and why his brother made the "pops your cherry" joke. But his brother might actually mean it. He might actually think, hey, he never found the one, so now he did. So I'm happy for him. But yeah, it's entirely plausible because again, he said his own family wonders if he's gay. So yeah, him being hit on by gay people would be so like natural a thing to occur. Ugh. It's like when Ian McKellen, uh, I think he was on a red carpet somewhere and got asked, and the reporter was like, "I don't mean to pry, but sir, are you gay?" And he was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Well, why did you never like come out?" And he was like, "I thought everybody knew." Or him or Patrick Stewart, because they were together for like, the photos of them kissing are some of my favorite photos in Hollywood. Um, but yeah, he was just like, didn't feel the need to make an announcement. I thought everybody knew because I never made a secret of it. I was never ashamed of it. I never made a secret of it. So, I'm just open and out, and it's been that way. And if people didn't see it, yeah, I'm gay. There you go. Like, and like Anderson Cooper, famously, obviously very openly gay person, but he never made any formal statement about it until it became an issue in the late 90s where basically he got called out for not owning his sexuality, and it was looking like he was not admitting it because he was ashamed or hiding something or afraid for his career. And so he wound up making a statement saying, "Yes, I'm gay, and I didn't feel the need to say that out loud because it just is what it is, and I've never made a secret of it. But I understand how, in this day and age, because gay marriage was being debated back then, and he was somebody that could have come out for it and lent his power to it." And he said, "I never was ashamed. I wasn't trying to hide anything or be in a closet. I just didn't think it needed to be said anymore. I thought we were past that." Well, we're not. Because I can tell you, it was early 2000s when I came out to some of my family, and there were members of my family I didn't come out to. Which, by the way, other members of my family backed up my well chosen omissions, because four different members of my family, when I came out to them, said, "That's great and I support you, but don't tell this member of the family." And it was somebody that I'd already chosen. Like, I can't tell them because they just can't handle it and they're not going to, and nobody needs to know. But when my grandmother, because it was my grandfather that they said not to tell, when my grandmother, his wife, said, like, "Don't tell your grandfather," and there was fear in her voice because she was afraid of what he would do. And that was in like 2004. Now, granted, my grandfather at that time was in his late 80s and had been a devout Roman Catholic his entire life, and the church was, shall we say, not open-minded back then. Not that it is now, but it's made an inch worth of progress in a century. But yeah, he died without ever knowing, and that's fine because that's how it had to be. That time I was in my 20s and out on my own, so You know, the only thing he could have done was not talk to me, and it's not like we fucking talk anyway. My own family didn't even tell me he was dead for 9 months, and the only reason they did is because I was in the will and they needed me to sign off before they could distribute any assets. Everybody had to sign off. So yeah, family I hadn't talked to in 10 to 15 years said, "Oh, by the way, your grandfather died 9 months ago. We didn't tell you or invite you to his funeral, but can you sign this paperwork so we can distribute his estate?" And by the way, I asked for 3 things, 2 of which I gave him that I want back, and one other thing. And my uncle that's in charge of the estate, it's been over a year now, and I've emailed him like 9 times, and oh, he just hasn't found time to look for those things or know if they exist or send them to me. I'm never going to hear from him again. I'm never going to see those things. It's not going to happen. But this is the same uncle that had a box of my mother's things and my memories of her because I didn't have a place to put it. So he said, I'll save it in my basement for you. And then 3 years went by of my calling him over 70 times and leaving messages and saying, I want the box because I had moved out and I had space. And then we ran into each other at a funeral for another family member, not my grandfather, someone else, about 4 years later. And I got the chance to confront him. I didn't ask him about the phone calls, but I said, where's the box? And I got 2 different stories because according to him, he thought I didn't want it and threw it out. And according to his idiot gold digging whore wife, they had a basement flood that destroyed it and they threw it out. And then I got a third story. But the fact is, the only things I had of my mother in the entire world, they threw out, destroyed, whatever, even though I called them 70 times and said I want them. So, not expecting him to actually send me anything or ever talk to me again. Why am I talking about this? Time is okay. I think we'll get to the end of this chapter and then I'm calling it a night. Because, maybe a little more. We'll see. Because we'll definitely make page count, but most of it is emails, so it doesn't really count. State of the economy, ducking out on a charity event. She's not answering her phone. There's still no answer. Perhaps now that I'm gone, she wants nothing to do with me. When I get home, I head straight to my study and switch on the iMac. Way to name drop. They think everything in the movie is Sony products, so Apple didn't want any part of it. Email. From Christian Grey, subject, where are you? Like you don't know. You've low-jacked her entire life. I'm at work. I will email you when I get home. Are you still at work or have you packed your phone? BlackBerry and MacBook. Call me or I may be forced to call Elliot. Yeah, way to go. Threaten her. That'll make her contact you. Again, if this girl ever wanted a restraining order, she has so much proof. I stare out my window towards the dark waters of the Sound. Is there a river in Washington that's actually called the Sound? Somebody tell me, please. Why did I volunteer to collect Mia? I could be with Anna, helping her pack all her shit, and then going out for pizza with her and Kate and Elliot. Or whatever ordinary people do. For God's sakes, Grade, that's not you. Get a grip. Yeah, God forbid you act normal. Because what, you're above such shit? Like, nobody's above pizza, dude. I wander around my apartment, my footsteps echoing through the living room, and it seems achingly empty since I was last here. I undo my bow tie. Perhaps it's me that's empty. Fucking duh. I pour myself an Armagnac. This is some kind of alcohol, I think. Armagnac. And stare back out at the Seattle skyline towards the Sound. It's got to be some kind of alcohol. Are you thinking about me, Anastasia Steele? The winking lights of Seattle have no answer. My phone buzzes. Thank fuck. Finally, it's her. Hi. I'm relieved that she's called. Hi, she says. I was worried about you. I know. I'm sorry I didn't reply, but I'm fine. Fine? I wish I was. Did you have a pleasant evening? I ask, reining in my temper. Yes, we finished packing, and Kate and I had Chinese takeout with Jose. Oh God, he's gonna go postal. One, I still want Chinese food. No fair mentioning Chinese food when I'm hormonal and I want Chinese food dipped in chocolate frosting, okay? That's not fair. But she said the word Jose, which is going to make him see red. Like, for sure. Oh, this just gets better and better. The fucking photographer again. That's why she hasn't called. Oh, yeah, because she's been on her knees sucking his dick for the last 5 hours. You immature, jealous motherfucking loser. How about you? She inquires when I don't respond, and there's a hint of desperation in her voice. Yeah, because she knows you get angry and then you beat her, so she's trying to placate you. Why? What isn't she telling me? Oh, stop overthinking this, Gray. So he has some insight that he's insane? I sigh. I went to a fundraising dinner. It was deathly dull. I left as soon as I could. Yeah, I bailed. I wish you were here, she whispers. Do you? He's gonna go to her now. Yes, she says fervently. Oh, perhaps she misses me. I'll see you Sunday. Oh, kitty. Oh, sorry, I have to get up for a second and feed the kitty. Because he's in his food spot going, excuse me, there's no food. So, 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. And I mean that. 2 seconds. Watch the ducks for me. Make sure they don't escape. Why didn't I take one of these off? Yes, I'm coming to feed you. I'm sorry. I forgot to put your dinner. I'm sorry. Don't touch me with those. What are you doing? Here we go. There's your food, okay? Happy kitty with the food. Ugh, getting stuck on things. Okay, kitty's happy. He's got food. Oh, how did I? Shit. Okay. There we go. Okay, close enough. Okay, kitty's happily eating his dinner. This is good. Stare out my window. Yes, she whispers fervently, or perhaps she's missed me. I'll see you on Sunday, I confirm, trying to keep the hope out of my voice. Yes, Sunday, she says, and I think she's smiling. Good night. Good night, sir. Her voice is husky and it takes my breath away. Good luck with your move tomorrow, Anastasia. She stays on the line, her breathing soft. Why doesn't she hang up? She doesn't want to? So what, your other submissives talk to you as long as they could tolerate you and then hung up? Yeah, great relationships. You hang up, she whispers. Oh, now we're gonna do the teenage bullshit thing, aren't we? She doesn't want to hang up, and my mood lightens immediately. I grin out at the view of Seattle. No, you hang up. I don't want to. Seriously, they're both like 5 years old. Stop it. Neither do I. Were you very angry with me? She asks. Yes. Are you still? No. Now I know you're safe. So you're not going to punish me. No, I'm an in the moment kind of guy. In other words, I'm irrational and moody and I'll beat the shit out of you in the moment if you piss me off. But if we're physically separated and you piss me off, I'll calm down before then and probably won't beat the shit out of you. I've noticed, she teases, and that makes me smile. You can hang up now, Miss Steele. Do you really want me to, sir? Go to bed, Anastasia. Yes, sir. She doesn't hang up, and I know she's grinning. Oh, I heard flappy ears. Oh, there's a puppy. There's a puppy. And it lifts my spirits higher. Do you think you'll ever be able to do what you're told? I ask. Maybe we'll see after Sunday, she says. Temptress that she is, and the line goes dead. Don't worry, Bo. I'm going to pick you up in 2 seconds, okay? 2 seconds. Yes, I'm going to pick you up, you little baby. I can hear it tell. Anastasia Steele, what am I going to do with you? Actually, I have a good idea. Providing that riding crop turns up on time. And with that enticing thought, I toss down the rest of the almanac and go to bed, whatever drink he's having. End of chapter. I apparently miscalculated. There's like a there's a chapter that's like 3 pages. So we're going to read that and then call it a night. And yes, I know it's early for a book club night, but I'm calling it a night. And I'm taking this off for 1 second to pick up and cuddle a puppy because it disturbs him when I have these on, and I can't pick him up uh with both of them on. Come here, you! Hi! Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm wearing a lot of shit, so I gotta arrange your legs, okay? I gotta arrange your legs, puppy. Okay, here's the puppy. I knew he'd make it. I knew you'd make it at some point, you good boy. You're such a good boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much, you good boy. I love you so much. You can even lick my face. You can even lick my face. Yes, you can. You can even lick my face, you little baby. Yes, you can. Oh, everybody, show some love for the puppy. Look at him. Look how cute he is. He looks sleepy and confused. Yeah, you're sleepy. You have bad puppy breath. You have puppy breath. You're so sleepy. Oh, little baby. I love you. Yes, I love you. You've been such a sleepy boy today. Well, that's because you're cold and being in bed under the covers is warm, isn't it? Yeah. It's warm and it's good for you. Yes. Yes, good boy. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yeah. Look at how good of a puppy this is. Look at what a wonderful puppy this is. Look how good he is. Isn't he magnificent? Look at him. Look at what a good boy this is. Yes, this is a good boy. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute and sweet. You're so sweet. Yes, you are. Yeah, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I love you. I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, I love you, little baby. You're so cute. Yes, you're so cute. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I love you so much. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're such a good boy. Oh, I love him so much. He's such a good boy. I love you. I love you so much, little baby. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. You're so warm. You're so warm, and I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you're so cute. Look at you. Look at you. You're so cute. Yes, you are so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Oh, my little cutie puppy. Yeah, he's so cute. Oh, he's not sleepy at all. No, he's not sleepy at all. He's not sleepy at all. No. No, sleepy baby. You need some nails cut. Yes, a good boy. I love you so much. Oh, you stink and you need a bath. He smells like chips. You smell like chips. Yes, you smell like chips. Oh, cuddly baby, and he's so warm. I don't want to let him go because he's warm. Because he's been under a blanket for several hours. So he's really warm. Oh, baby. Oh, I love you so much. 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 Okay, say bye bye. Say bye bye, everyone. Say thank you for all the ducks. I've never tried to eat them, therefore I'm a good boy. I never tried to eat any of the ducks. Yes, I'm sleepy. Okay, I'm gonna put you on your pillow, okay? Is there a kitty? No, Kitty's gone. Okay. You can have your pillow. Kitty's gone. Okay. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And I love you. And I love you. And I love you. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. Billy, Billy, Billy. Okay, on your pillow. There we go. There we go. He's giving me the, hey, why am I being put down face? Like, I was happy being cuddled. Keep cuddling me. Okay, I'm curious. Let me flip way back. Damn, we actually haven't made page count yet. You're really close though, like 6 more and we're at page count, so then I'm happy with that. I did not miscalculate. What the fuck? I did not miscount that much. What? Did I? Oh. Okay, there's like 2 or 3 chapters that are literally one goddamn page. That's how I missed it. Because the dates are all over the place, and yeah. Okay. So no, I had the count correct. I just missed that it's split up because there's a couple of chapters that are 2 pages. Okay. No worry. We'll make page count. Saturday, May 28th, 2011. Christian! Mia squeals with delight and runs towards me, abandoning her cartload of luggage, throwing her arms around my neck and hugging me tightly. I've missed you, she says. I've missed you too. I give her a squeeze in return. She leans back and examines me with intense dark eyes. You look good, she gusses. Tell me about this girl, because nothing travels in a family faster than gossip. Except perhaps the flu. Let's get you and your luggage home first. I grab her cart, which weighs a ton, and together we head out of the airport terminal towards the parking lot. So how is Paris? You appear to have brought most of it home with you. C'est incroyable, she exclaims. Flaubert, on the other hand, was a bastard. Jesus. He was a horrible man. A crap teacher, but a good chef. Somebody's name is Flaubert. I'm assuming because he's French it might be Flaubert, but still an atrocious name. Does that mean you're cooking this evening? Oh, I was hoping Mom would cook. Okay, are we actually saying the sister's a chef because I thought she was a doctor too, or am I confusing characters? Mia proceeds to talk non-stop about Paris. Her tiny room, the plumbing, Sacré-Cœur, Montmartre, Parisians, coffee, red wine, cheese, fashion, and shopping. But mainly about passion and shopping. And I thought she went to Paris to learn to cook. Since when is the sister a cook? I swear this is not a thing. This is bullshit. I've missed her chatter. It's soothing and welcome. She's the only person I know who doesn't make me feel different. Again, we're supposed to feel sorry for him because, oh, he's so damaged he can't relate to normal people. It's like saying he's autistic or on the spectrum. Okay, being abused doesn't make you act like that. Being antisocial does. And he's definitely antisocial, but that is not as a result of being abused. Oh, now we're having a flashback and more baby talk. Help. This is your baby sister, Christian. Her name is Mia. Mommy lets me hold her. She is very small, with black hair. She smiles. She has no teeth. I stick out my tongue. She has a bubbly laugh. Mommy lets me hold the baby again. Her name is Mia. I make her laugh. I hold her and hold her. She is safe when I hold her. Elliot is not interested in Mia. She dribbles and cries. And he wrinkles his nose when she does a poop. Again, no child ever, and you're not letting a 4-year-old hold the baby unless they are sitting on your lap and your arms are under their arms. So they can be like, look, I'm really doing it. I'm really doing it all by myself, really. In that way that little kids have. When Mia is crying, Elliot ignores her. I hold her, and she stops. She falls asleep in my arms. Me, I whisper. What did you say? Mommy asks, and her face is white like chalk. Me, ah. Yes, yes, darling boy, Mia. Her name is Mia. And Mommy starts to cry with happy, happy tears. I'm assuming this is like the first time he talks since they adopted him. And again, for a family with all the fucking money and one of them being a doctor, like, you really have no clue how to deal with a traumatized child who is like, because can I also point out that his like traumatizing childhood is pretty much, except for a brutal chainsaw murder, pretty much the foundation story of Dexter. I'm wondering if the creators and showrunner and writer of Dexter, the guy who came up with the character, didn't read these books and be like, hey, what if his crack whore mommy got murdered in front of him instead of just died in front of him? Because she did die in front of him. And she was dead for several days before anyone found him, which is exactly the story of Dexter. Like, when did Dexter come out? When was that show? When did it start? Because their origin stories are the same. Does not have a reboot going on right now? Like one of those like prequel reboots of like young Dexter because young Sheldon was really successful, so everybody make money off it. Can we get a young Hotchner from Criminal Minds? Young Gideon. There's a show for you. Criminal Minds, like Gideon early days. There's a show that should exist. Not. I turn into the driveway and pull up outside Mom and Dad's front door, unload Mia's luggage and carry it into the hall. Where is everyone? Mia's in full pout. The only person around is my parents' housekeeper. She's an exchange student and I can't remember her name. What? No, seriously, what? The parents have an exchange student as their housekeeper? What? I'm serious. What? Those two things do not go together at all. And I'm very sus. Welcome home, she says to Mia in her stilted English, though she's looking at me with big cow eyes. Oh God, it's just a pretty face, sweetheart. So again, he thinks everyone is flirting with him, including a lady who doesn't speak English, who is apparently some kind of exchange student, but also her parents' housekeeper. What do they go through housekeepers every 3 months so nobody realizes the level of crazy in their household and reports them? I've known families like that. You know, fire the staff before they ask too many questions. You know, it's like it was a running joke in Gilmore Girls that the mother, Emily Gilmore, you know, had a new maid every week because she could never keep a staff because she was an atrocious person to work for and had exacting standards that were too high and nobody could ever meet them. So it was a different maid every week and she never knew their name. But there it worked as a joke on like rich people with stupid high standards. This is just incredibly sus and makes me think his parents have like kidnapped an exchange student and forced her to work for them like Get Out. The movie Get Out, I mean. Ignoring the housekeeper, I addressed me as yeah, just ignore the staff. That's so cultured of you. I think mom is on call and dad is at a conference. If mom is on call, that means she is home. Did you come home a week early? I couldn't stand Flaubert another minute. I had to get out of there while I could. Oh, I brought you a present. She grabs one of her cases, opens it up in the hallway, and starts rummaging through it. Ah! She hands me a heavy square box. Open it, she urges, beaming at me. She is an unstoppable force. Warily, I open the box, and inside I find a snow globe containing a black grand piano covered in glitter. Excuse me. It's the kitschiest thing I've ever seen. Darling, I have an aunt who liked kitsch. She had a stupid ass rooster clock on the kitchen wall and like oven mitts that look like cows and a tea cozy that or one of those things that you put over the teapot, like a teapot cozy that looked like a rooster. That's the most kitsch thing I've ever fucking seen. But a snow globe with a grand piano in it, that's very elegant. I wouldn't mind that. Also, making my own snow globes is kind of a thing I always wanted to do, but any of the kits are plastic bullshit. It's a music box. Here. She takes it from me, gives it a good shake, and winds a small key on the bottom. A twinkly version of La Ciel starts to play in a cloud of colored glitter. That would be so cool! This is an awesome present! Okay, Mia's an awesome present person. What am I going to do with this? I laugh because it's so Mia. That's great, Mia. Thank you. How about you put it on your real piano or on a mantle? That would be awesome. I would love this. This is an awesome gift. I give her a hug and she hugs me back. I knew it would make you laugh. She's right. She knows me so well. You know, most psychopaths abuse their siblings growing up. That's kind of how they train their teeth, as it were. So, again, it would be perfectly appropriate to find out that he has abused and sexually abused Mia growing up, but I'm guessing book won't go that far. So tell me about this girl, she says. But we're both distracted as Grace hurries through the door, allowing me a reprieve as mother and daughter embrace. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to meet you, darling, Grace says. I've been on call. You look so grown up. Granted, being on call means she can't drive like 3 hours away to an airport because on call means you need to be there like immediately. Um, so a lot of doctors will just crash out in the hospital if they live too far away. But uh, press X to doubt. And also, again, somebody with her level of money, she's not the person fucking on call ever. Ever, ever, ever. The fact that she works at a hospital is already such bullshit. It's such fucking utter bullshit. There's no way somebody with her wealth and status fucking works at a hospital. No fucking way. Because I'm sorry, but unless you are a diehard do-gooder, in which case you're gonna burn out in a year and a half, or you literally have nowhere else to work because you suck that hard, those are the people who work at hospitals because hospitals have no standards. Because they're always desperate for people, so they'll hire anybody. Whereas if you want to work in the private sector, as they said in Ghostbusters, correctly so, Dan Aykroyd, I've worked in the private sector, those people expect results. He's right. So if you are actually any good at your job as a doctor or nurse, you don't work in a hospital. You work in a private place making a lot more money and having a lot more respect and a lot more freedom and better healthcare options and better resources than you will ever have in a hospital. And that's why pretty much everyone working in a hospital usually sucks and are usually the lowest common denominator when it comes to competency, which is barely there, if any, but we needed a body to fill the space, and this person bought a degree from DeVry online, so we're technically accepting that. And that's why they have no standards in both senses of the words. So yeah, I'm saying somebody with her money and status, she doesn't fucking work at a hospital, and she sure as fuck is not the person on call. That's what residents and interns are for. Not somebody with 30 years experience who's high status and like making $10,000 per appointment. No fucking way is she ever on call. You look so grown up. Kristen, can you take me as bags upstairs? Gretchen will give you a hand. Really? I'm a porter now? And again, she would not be asking her son to take the bags or the fucking maid. Yes, Mom. I roll my eyes. I don't need Gretchen mooning over me. Oh, so he's allowed to roll his eyes. And again, the maid is mooning over him because every woman is. Once that's done, I tell them I have an appointment with my trainer. I'll be back this evening. Quickly kissing both of them, I leave before I'm pestered with more questions about Anna. Bastille, my trainer, works me hard. Today we're kickboxing at his gym. So he does do like kickboxing and shit. Yeah, that's where you take out your aggression, not on beating women. You've gone soft in Portland, boy. He sneers after I'm toppled onto the mat from his roundhouse kick. Bastille is from the Hard Knocks School of Physical Training, which suits me fine. So he likes being beaten as well, which again, I would have no problem doing, but I scramble to my feet and want to take him down. But he's right. He's all over my shit today, and I get nowhere. When we finish, he asks, "What gives? You're distracted, man." "Life. You know," I answer with an air of indifference. "Sure. You're back in Seattle this week?" "Yeah. Good. We'll straighten you out." Okay, I'm sorry. I think I know the reason the movie never filmed this scene because there's no way to do it without being incredibly gay. As I jog back to the apartment, I remember the housewarming present for Anna, and I text Elliot. Once Anna and Kate's address, I want to surprise them with a present. He texts me back an address, and I forward it to Andrea. As I'm riding up in the elevator to the penthouse, Andrea texts me back. Champagne and balloon sent A. Taylor hands me a package when I arrive back at the apartment. This came for you, Mr. Gray. Oh, yes. I recognize the anonymous wrapping. It's the riding crop. Wow. He ordered that like this morning and it's already there? So they have magical shipping powers because they got it there in what, like less than 6 hours? So yeah, they used the magic broom delivery service. Thanks. Though I know a sex toy site that I use that actually offers like anonymous packaging as an option. Not even for an extra charge, just if you want it. So does Amazon, by the way, for certain things now. I've noticed because Amazon has changed in my area recently. Like they started offering on some things I've noticed for the first time ever, like overnight or even same day delivery if it's early enough in the day. They've never had that where I live. Though my friend in England, London, England, has made fun of me for years because he can. I guess there they have much better options where he can get anything he wants within like 4 hours, regardless of what time, day, or night it is, if he's willing to pay for it. I'm not saying that the timely shipping doesn't cost, it does. But the fact that they had the option, whereas here, everything is 2 to 3 days minimum. So for them now to suddenly have certain things saying like they have an overnight option or they even have a same day option if it's early enough on some things, limited things, is really weird here. But also, I forget what I ordered, but it was something innocuous and um I had the option suddenly and I'd never seen this before of um basically I guess this is Amazon trying to cut down on their own packaging shipping charges, but it said like basically this item comes in its own box which is exposed to the public so people will see what you're ordering. It was a video game, so I didn't care. And they were like, "Click here if you want us to put it in a brown Amazon box so nobody knows what it is." And it was really weird because, yeah, it's just really weird because it's not like a porn magazine or anything. So why would I care? And I guess they're also saying, like, theft and porch pirates. I live in an apartment building that doesn't cut down on it because package theft is definitely a thing within apartment buildings. I've lost packages. I had to file a claim once because I ordered some dresses for like $200 and I waited like 3 months for them. And then they came and the package was ripped apart in the stupid parcel lobby that they left it in, which they shouldn't have. And I had to file a claim. Um, but yeah, I found packages ripped apart in the lobby of my own building several times. So, yeah, it does. You're entirely right. Yeah, it literally is just geography. It really is. Like, I don't think there's a warehouse in the city that I live in because anytime I get anything from Amazon, it says it comes from, like Milton or, Mississauga. So I'm pretty sure they have a warehouse in Mississauga, which is like 20 minutes from me. Yeah, it depends. But to see same day options here is really weird. Because, again, my friend has told me it's a thing for over 10 years where he is. And so to see it here is weird because it's only this year. It's only since calendar 2025 that that's become a thing. So I think they're up in their game in Canada. I think they're trying to up their game. But I do live in the most populated part of Canada. So it's probably worth it to them to do that for Ontario, where I live, because half the population of the country lives in this province. So yeah, having like better shipping times here within Ontario would get them business, but they probably are not doing this like in Manitoba or Saskatchewan where nobody lives. Hey, Sathel, ever see the show Corner Gas? It's a Canadian classic comedy show. It's really funny. I think you would like it. I can send you links or even the entire show if you want, because I have no regard for piracy or copyright bullshit. But I absolutely will. I'm 100% serious. I will send you every episode if you want, because it's really funny. In that, like, charming sitcom Canadiana kind of way. Where was I? Uh, okay, I think that's all for today, Taylor. Oh, wait, thanks. Mrs. Jones said she'd be back tomorrow, late afternoon. Oh, so Mrs. Jonesy says, I think this is the first mention of her. Okay, I think that's all for today, Taylor. Very good, sir, he says with a polite smile and returns to his office. Taking the crop, I stroll into my bedroom. This will be the perfect introduction to my world. You've already done that. By her own admission, Anna has no sphere of reference with regard to corporal punishment, except the spanking I gave her that night, which was last night. And that turned her on. I want to spit on him right now. With the crop, I'll really have to take it slow and make it pleasurable. Really pleasurable. The riding crop is perfect. I'll prove to her that the fear is in her head. Once she gets comfortable with this, we can move on. In other words, once I beat her with this and then mind fuck her and brainwash her into thinking she really likes it, no matter how much she's crying. Because hey, look, you came 3 times, even though you were screaming at me to stop, and you really hate the pain that I'm causing, or the fact that I'm debasing, degrading, abusing, and humiliating you. But look, your body had an orgasm, therefore you like it, and you just need to trust me and get your head out of the place of saying no and admit that I'm right. And here, take these pills and chug this alcohol, baby, because I know it's right for you. He doesn't even need to be in jail. He just needs to be dead, and I'm imagining cutting his head off right now, slowly. After I've cut off some other things. I hope we can move on. We'll take it slow. And we'll only do what she can handle, which is none of this. Spanking was already too far for her. You're just too up your own ass to see it. If this is going to work, we're going to have to go at her pace, not mine. Bullshit! I take one more look at the crop and put it in my closet for tomorrow. As I flip open my laptop and start to work, my phone rings. I hope it's Anna, but disappointingly, it's Elena. Was I supposed to call her? Hello, Christian. How are you? Good, thanks. You're back from Portland? Yes. Fancy dinner tonight. Not tonight. Mia's just in from Paris and I've been ordered home. Ah, by Mama Gray. How is she? Mama Gray? She's good, I think. What do you know that I don't? Because again, his childhood abuser is best friends with his mother. I was just asking, Christian. Don't be so touchy. I'll call you next week. Maybe we can do dinner then. Good. You've been off the radar for a while, and I've met a woman who I think might meet your needs. So have I. I ignore her comment. I'll see you next week. Goodbye. As I shower, I wonder if having to chase Anna has made her more interesting. Or is it Anna herself? No, it's the chase. And Elena's gonna know that you didn't, because she knows he doesn't have a current submissive. So that's probably why she was looking for someone for him, because he said she selects all his submissives, which again, she's gonna select someone that meets his needs right now, but not somebody that he can have forever because she wants that position for herself. Which is never gonna happen because again, they're not compatible in different ways. Um, because again, she was the dominatrix to him, but when she confronts Anastasia, she basically is saying that she's capable of being his perfect submissive and giving him a submissive not only in the bedroom but in life, and basically living the lifestyle 24/7. But this makes no goddamn fucking sense because, as I said, she was the dominatrix to him. And she's saying he's now like evolved past that where he needs to be the dom and be in control, and she's willing to submit to him, but she's never said that to him or tried to have that kind of relationship, and she's clearly not as submissive herself at all and never has been. So the whole like her wanting to be with him thing is bullshit, but it's really twisted bullshit because it makes no fucking sense. Dinner has been fun. My sister is back, the princess she's always been. The rest of the family merely her minions, wrapped around her little finger. With all her children home, Grace is in her element. She's cooked Mia's favorite meal, buttermilk fried chicken with mashed potatoes and gravy. No rich bitch ever has made this their favorite meal. No fucking way. There's no fucking way in a family this rich, privileged, and entitled anybody is making fucking buttermilk fried fucking chicken or mashed potatoes with gravy. No fucking way. No fucking way in hell. Mommy's having this catered. She doesn't cook. Mommy's supposedly like a fucking cardiothoracic surgeon. She doesn't fucking cook. I have to say it's one of my favorites too. Tell me about Anastasia, Mia demands as we sit around the kitchen table. Here we go. Elliot leans back in his chair and rests his hands behind his head. This I have to hear. You know she popped his cherry. Who says this sitting around the dinner table with your parents? Who says, hey, the brother we all thought was gay finally lost it to a woman? Nobody says this in front of their parents. Elliot, Grace scolds and swats him with a dish towel. Why does she have a dish towel at the dinner table? Ow, he fends her off. I roll my eyes at all of them. I met a girl, I shrug. End of story. You can't just say that, Mia objects, pouting. Mia, I think he can, and he just did. Carrick gives her a reproving, paternal stare over his glasses. Okay, so Daddy's trying to step up for him and be like, "Hey, let him have some privacy for Christ's sake." You'll all meet her at dinner tomorrow. You'll all meet her at dinner tomorrow, won't we, Christian? Grace says with a pointed smile. Oh fuck! So mommy invited her to dinner, not him. He basically just got ordered by his mommy to bring the girl to dinner so we can all assess and approve of her in our disgustingly rich fashion, I have no doubt. And also just out of fucking curiosity of like, who is this girl that the son we all thought was gay finally has a woman that isn't yet buried under the sound? Kate's coming, Elliot cools. Fucking stir. I glare at him. I can't wait to meet her. She sounds awesome. Mia bounces up and down in her chair. Seriously? Mia's supposedly studying in Paris to be a professional chef. She's 20 something else, and she's bouncing up and down in her chair like a goddamn toddler because my brother's bringing a girl to dinner for the first time ever, and I'm secretly 5 years old like the whole rest of this fucking family. Ow, my head. Oh, better. Yeah, I mumble, wondering if there's any way I can wiggle out of this dinner. Yeah, by not showing up. Elena was asking after you, darling, Grace says. Was she? I affect an uninterested air developed over years of practice. Yes, she says she hasn't seen you in a while, and Mommy's not concerned why one of her best and oldest friends is concerned about one of her particular sons not being around her for no reason. Because what reason does Christian have to be around Elena that his mother knows about? Because he doesn't know about the sexual abuse relationship. So, wouldn't his mom be sus that Elena's asking about Christian specifically? And also, I call bullshit because he later tells Anastasia, or may have already, that he hasn't been in a sexual relationship with Elena for years. Bull fucking shit. He absolutely goes back to her between submissives, and they're currently involved in a sexual relationship, or she wouldn't care. She wouldn't care what he is involved in or that he hasn't talked to her in a week. So I don't think for a second that he ever actually left her service. I think she just like furloughed him out when he had his own subs, but I think he was definitely still seeing her. And as I said, he's claiming now in this one, instead of like, because before he said he went to classes to pick up his subs, but in this version of the story, he says she selected them all because she knew what he wanted. So she's still been controlling him and his sexuality this whole time and continuing her abuse, so yeah, there's no way he's not fucking her between submissives. No fucking way at all. I've been in Portland on business. Speaking of which, I should get going. I have an important call tomorrow and I need to prepare. But you've not had dessert, and it's apple cobbler. Because of course it fucking is. Tempting. But if I stay, they'll quiz me about Anna. I have to go. I have work to do. Darling, you work too hard, Grace says as she starts from her chair. Don't get up, Mom. I'm sure Elliot will help with the dishes after dinner. Yeah, like any of them have ever washed a dish. But we'll see you tomorrow, Grace asked. Too much hope in her voice. We'll see. Shit. It looks like Anastasia Steele is going to meet my family. I don't know how I feel about this. End of chapter! And we are stopping for the evening because I've had way too much of enough, and that is our page limit. So, but, dude, just say no. Just say no. Anastasia can't make it because she just moved into a new place and she's unpacking and it's her last day at work and she's busy. Like, just make an excuse or just even make an excuse for yourself. Say, like, sorry, Mom, I can't make dinner tomorrow. I have a business meeting and whatever. Like, there's no reason that he is, like, forced into bringing her to meet his family. None whatsoever. There's so many ways out of it, but we're supposed to pretend that there isn't. And that, like, oh my god, I have to bring the girl because now everybody knows. No, they don't. And his whole thing is that he's not, like, with anybody or anything like that, which is so gross in and of itself, and without making an explanation for it. Ugh. But at least we were spared any sex scenes. I can say that. I can say tonight we were spared any god-awful sex scenes, for which I'm grateful. At least that far. Though we did get so much goddamn abuse. Just literally the domestic violence, domestic abuser playbook is all within these few pages. I'm gonna have so much highlighting to do. I may need to buy more than one highlighter, which I should look into if it'll get here in time, because that's probably not something Amazon overnights. But as much as that is short for book club, we are going to call it for this evening because, wow, I had enough and I'm really, really, really hungry. I want to be able to wave goodbye properly, so I'm taking one cup off. There we go. Okay, so thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all the ducks. We got 4 new ducks tonight. We got 4. Let's see if I can remember. We have Sasha, Ghost Duck, Bartholomew, Pirate Duck. God damn it! I'm inadequate. I'm sorry. Alex, Minecraft Duck, and Chuckles the Clown Duck. I'm sorry I couldn't remember Alex. I'm sorry. I will remember next week, I swear. So yes, we have Ghost Duck, Pirate Duck, Minecraft Duck, Clown Duck, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, and Chuckles. I will remember that for next week without a hint, I promise. And we have almost our full 4th tier. Wow. Okay, now I gotta get my craft back on and make a 5th tier, because if we get 2 more ducks, I'm gonna need somewhere to put them. Also, if anyone has any hints about defying gravity, because again, the duck tiers, they're not glued together in any way. They are held up by gravity and whatever the hell I have laying around to prop them up with. So adding a 5th tier is gonna be who remembers the Leaning Tower of Pisa? I will do my best. We'll make it happen. I have a box. We'll use this one right here, because it's about to be empty. We'll use that one. I have paper somewhere. I have my stencil because I kept it. Yes, I have our custom made Canadian flag stencil that I use for the boxes. I have it, so they all look the same, and I can do the pattern. So that's good. But yeah, I'm definitely getting to make a 5th tier now, which is going to be great, because then we will have a place to put our other 6 ducks. We got 6 ducks left. So we need 1 more tier, and then we have all the ducks. And then we'll start over with new names, and/or we'll buy more ducks. We will see. We'll have duck tiers up to the ceiling. We could totally do that, by the way. So here's the rest of the duckies that will be waiting their turn next week to see if they escape the bag. But I hope everyone had a good time tonight. I hope it was entertaining. I hope it made you laugh, and that the ducks made you laugh. And again, if you ever need to teach a class on what not to do, or if you have daughters or sons, but mostly daughters, and you want to teach them what not to tolerate in a relationship, these chapters here, these ones specifically tonight, are really, really educational and informative in what you should never, ever, 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 ever tolerate, and should definitely report to the police and make sure friends know where you are at all times. If anyone is doing any of this stalker, obsessive, controlling bullshit to you, please inform the police and many friends and make it public to make them go away. But yeah, this is a lesson in what not to put up with and how to end up in a shallow grave if you do tolerate it. So that having been said, I've been Insane Lane, as well as a Canadian girl. Check out my body cam channel. It is called Canadian Girl Reacts. So please check that out if you like body cam footage and me bitching that American police are too aggressive, which they are. So there's that. Until then, I will see you next week at book club. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sponsoring a duck, and thank you for tolerating my ill-fated sense of humor and my reading shit while I rant about my apartment conditions. I really am moving, though. If so, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how I'm going to pay for it or where I'm going to go, but I'm moving because I've said so, and therefore I expect the universe to back me up. Which I know full of it I am. But we'll see. We'll see what I can do. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being supportive. Thank you for being in the chat and being kind and nice and funny. And I will see you all next week. Have a good night, everybody. Love yourself. Love a fur baby. Take care of you.